Raymond. Just waiting for Lee.
Well, welcome to Bayswater Oval for the Eastland match of the round. Premier Division finals are back for another year, and we're out here for the first elimination final between Balwyn and Blackburn. The winner advances to next Sunday's semi-final at Jubilee Park, whilst the loser packs their bags for season 2023. All the action brought to you live on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, plus streaming on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Ward, joined for pre-game by three esteemed gentlemen of the media team, Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird and Matt Spider Lee. Spider, I'll go to you first. Your Rams haven't been out here in a long time, but I'm sure you always enjoy coming out here to Bayswater Oval.
Good afternoon, Josh, and all the listeners. Great to be out here at Bayswater Oval. Always brings good. You always feel a great atmosphere when you come here. Good spring in your step. At this time of the year, the ground looks fantastic, in terrific condition, and the crowd, I'm sure, will build as the afternoon gets closer to starting time. And if you're in the area, get down here because you'll see some quality footy. And yes, I do love coming down here for finals because it always brings the best out of all the teams that are involved. And I've seen many great games here over the years, and I'm sure we're in for another great one this afternoon.
There have been many great games over the years as well. You go back to 2002, that grand final, 2017.
I go back even further than that, and Brash probably even goes back even further than that, and Ray probably even goes even back further. So.
But Brash, you would have seen many successes out here as well in your time with Vermont and part of the media team. I'm sure it never gets old coming out here to Bayswater.
No, I've been coming here probably for the best part of 25 years. and the thing is, it doesn't matter what... it doesn't matter. I mean, I've been involved as an official and tasted that success as an official. You know, I've also called grand finals for the media team, and I just get excited as soon as I come into this ground. It's like walking through a time warp.
The memories come back, don't they, Brash?
They do, and the fact is that it doesn't matter who's playing in the finals at the start. It's finals.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here for.
It is. And Ray, I know you always enjoy coming out here, despite Roval going down here in last year's grand final.
He has to remind you of that.
I always.
I'd forgotten all about that. No, look, I don't live in the past. I'm living in the future. Roval's on the way this year. But no, look, I love coming to Bayswater. I was a statistician at Bayswater Footy Club here for a few years, and it's a fantastic place to watch and to see football played here. And look, it's amazing what the curator does here. I know Bayswater never played the last game at home, and then last week, 2 weeks without football on it, and a little bit of the old green paint that you can put on grass and that now, it's come up a treat.
Yeah, it has. And I was on the ground earlier during the 19s half-time, and it was in absolutely perfect nick.
When I look at the finals venues, gentlemen, would it be fair to say that I think that Bayswater is the fairest oval in a final series to test all sides?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when you think of size for in terms of dimensions of the ground,
I think it's a fair size.
It's a great size, and it's a good test for everyone to come and again, the best sides come in and they be able to express themselves because a lot of teams have smaller grounds. Yeah. And the crowd can pour in as well. So I think there's a whole lot of collectives for everyone. So I think from a playing perspective, you're probably talking about one of the best playing surfaces in the whole of the eastern suburbs. So
Spider, one thing I like about it is that you can kick goals from the pocket in Bayswater, and that's a big bonus. Some grounds in the EFNL, you can't kick goals from the boundary line in the pocket, but in Bayswater, you certainly can.
Yeah, and wind doesn't always just totally affect the game. You sometimes get the swirly breezes as well. So,
but then that adds another. But the thing is, Spider, when the wind comes up, then that adds another dimension. That clubs have to deal with.
Yeah, correct.
It does, and it is the Premier Division Grand Final venue for a reason, and it is a spectacular ground. And hopefully there's a couple of goal of the day contenders from the pockets as well. I think this time last year there was one from Samuel Hart. I'm sure he'll want another goal of the day contender. He's already racking up the goal of the day contenders, but we'll see what happens. It is a big day across the Eastern Football Netball League, of course. We've got this game out here, plenty of games around the grounds, which we'll discuss shortly, but there's also the 5 women's grand finals taking place. We've got 3 out at H.A. Parker Reserve, just around the corner from us. Division 4 has been done. Moorbarker, the premiers there, 54-4 against Mitcham. So a big victory at halftime in the Division 2 Grand Final. East Ringwood, the third quarter has just started. East Ringwood on track for a premiership as well in that division. 52-12 they lead at halftime, and then later on at 2:30 the Basin up against Baronia. We've got media manager Ryan Long and Dylan Smith out there now to Quamby Reserve. John O'Van and Trent Callan covering the Division 3 and Premier Grand Finals in Division 3. The third quarter also just started in Kilsyth. We're up 26-22. The Eastern Devils and SBL Wolves will play off in the Premier Division Grand Final. That kicks off at 2:30. If you want to catch all those Grand Finals, they're up on YouTube. Just click and they'll be up on the links will be up on Facebook as well. But
I actually wonder, Josh, whether those four gents calling those Grand Finals have got those caps with eternal water coming. They can suck throughout the afternoon.
What about a strepsil? They might need a strepsil after the game. I remember I did 3 women's grand finals this time last year, and the next day I was calling Surrey Park up against Churnside Park. So
I mean, it is a long day,
it is.
And congratulations to all those guys out there. They're doing a fantastic job, and I'm sure and the women's division in the EFNL has really come ahead leaps and bounds and continues to get better, Josh.
It definitely does. As Brendan Allen just walking up the stairs, he's about to join us. On the pre-game show. He's done a terrific job with Blackburn. He's guided them to finals in every single year that he's been at the helm. They've played finals in the last 5 years as well. He's always been good with his time on pre-game and during games, and he's been good enough to chat with us now. Brendan, thanks for jumping on ahead of a big contest.
Thanks for having me.
How are the boys feeling? Confirmed finals last weekend, sneaking over a Noble Park and another do-or-die matchup this time around.
Yeah, well, it's been finals for the last couple of weeks for us already, so we're old hats at it. But no, we needed a bit of luck last week. And all we could control is the game we were playing, and it was probably one of the more complete performances we've had this year. So hopefully we bring that again today.
And what's the mentality heading into a match like this? You're up against the Balwyn side that's gone pretty close to the minor premiership, just a game and I think percentage behind Vermont. Is it a bit of a free hit mentality, or do you just go in with the same mentality as you do each week?
I think your finals resets and it's a new season, really. So you just got to treat it as such. And we give ourselves every chance, especially on this deck with our leg speed. We hopefully can do a bit of damage, and obviously they play on a ground that's a quarter of this size out here at the moment, so hopefully it'll suit us a little bit better than them.
It's been always a big challenge, isn't it, Brendan, when you have to chop and change with the grounds, and you played on a massive ground a couple of weeks ago against Oval, so great challenge ahead of the team. The selection's always the hardest one with going into any finals campaign, and you're probably agonised over it the last 5 or 6 days, and you got to try and pick the right combinations, and sometimes it's a bit beyond your control, because I think when you look at it, a guy like Billy Hicks has been just fantastic, I think, when he's been in the side, providing you with that forward line pressure, but also just his capacity to be able to hit the scoreboard with Downey, and their work last week really set up today's opportunity that's presented. And unfortunately, Billy Hicks won't be out there, but you've got to now find someone to replace him and kick those goals, which are going to be very important for you.
Yeah, look, Bill's obviously got a dream, and we're there to support it. So he is going to have a lot of recruiters looking at him in about now. I think he's playing down at Sandy. So, he's great. He's been great for us. I think he's helped his cause by playing against men. I think the recruiters do like looking at that. But, look, we're sad not to have him, but it's a bigger picture stuff for Bill.
And especially with that teamwork, isn't it? And the boys being able to lift him last week. And I thought it really turned the momentum in the game, especially against the Roos last week, because not only were your midfield getting on top, but it was just his way of playing, and he sort of lifted the whole team. Because at one point in time, it looked like East Ringwood were going to sort of get on their bike a bit, and they started being wasteful in front of goal.
I think all our 3 tall forwards last week really launched at the ball, and it brought our smalls into it. It was exciting to see Bill getting up over the top of packs, and Louis Downey, and even Bakes was clunking a few. So. Look, as I said, he's going to be missed, but it's bigger picture stuff. But we're pretty lucky that we get Jason Reid back today from a long layoff, and Christian Zalek didn't play last week, but he's back today as well.
With Reedy, is he going to be at 100%? I mean, it's always a hard one when you've got to work out with a player like Reedy, who's just heart and soul player, and he's a leader. You know he wants to be out there. Is that the risk that you take, or is that a responsibility thing from the coaching and from the leadership group to say, well, we want to give this a go, and we'll see how it plays out?
Yeah, well, Fraser Elliott was close too, but you probably couldn't carry both those guys back into a final like this, especially on a big ground. Like Jace hasn't played since Balwyn last time, but having said that, Charlie Haley's exactly the same. So we've evened up the stakes there.
Brendan, one thing that you'd be happy about in recent times is being able to settle that back six down again with that experienced players, because a lot of your drive comes from that back six. You'd be happy with that being settled coming into a final series?
Yeah, I think the games that we got, I think it was 3 or 4 on the trot there. We had Michael Dummers away and Tyler Faulkner had a hammy, and that did unsettle the back line. But yeah, your defence is your first point of offence. So our guys do give us a lot of drive back there, and especially when we've got in our forward line, we want them pressing up and making sure that thing stays there. So
one player that I've always been very interested in is young Oglethorpe. Where's his best position? Because I think I don't know, just from an outsider looking in, he just seems like, have you been pinch hitting with him in various positions to try and find a position that suits him?
Charlie, you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, look, he had a fantastic pre-season. He's probably our best player, like best on track, if you like, in the pre-season, and tried to give him a bit of on-ball time, and he sort of got down on confidence a little bit. We put him behind the footy, and he played some good games back in the back line, but he's a real hunter.
Yeah.
And I think last week we got him a little bit closer to goal, and it seemed to pay dividends. And then his brother is just as furious at the ball as he is.
He doesn't hold back, Will.
Nah, he's actually scary the way he actually cracks into 40 kilos, wringing wet. So.
Brendan, look, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, final start, the weather comes out, the ground looks immaculate. Now, 2 weeks ago, where it was, I saw you play Roval down there at Seabeck Oval, and I thought that at certain stages of that game, you actually run the ball very well and very quick. Do you think that can be a thing you can do today to exploit Balwyn?
That's all we hope. We're able to get a bit of speed on the ball and get him on the outside. But, yeah, we had a... Roval was a good little wake-up call for us coming into the finals. We had a lot of deficiencies, especially with our between the arcs. We let them get too much overlap run, and we paid the price for it. They're a very good team. But I think we reviewed it and attested to that last week. We seemed to fix it, hopefully.
Brendan, we were just talking off air before about, does Balwyn offer, or is it the fairest ground for Premier Division finals, considering the various sizes that we have in the home and away fixture? Do you feel that this particular oval, and the fact that you've had some experience on it over the years, do you feel that it is a good test for a Premier Division side?
I think so. I think you want to be playing your Premier Division on the best oval available. Now, one would argue that Ringwood's probably...
But do you think Ringwood's too big?
I've never played there, to be honest.
Well, it's the same dimensions as the MCG.
Same dimensions. I've watched cricket there, and look, as I said, look, the best oval, your best division should be on it. But I mean, this is where everyone knows. Is it a good oval for us? Well, I've only won one game here, to be honest.
But you've won some. But you have won finals here as well.
No, I only won a prelim final in 2019. So, and you blokes are cursed with me at the moment. I haven't won a broadcast game since 2019 either. So,
okay. Well, now today's your chance, mate.
I'm starting to wonder if Matty Fody put a curse or something on me.
I mean,
he's gone.
I mean, he did put a curse on Balwyn last year. They went out straight away in finals. But I'm just talking about some of those other younger players too. You know, Will Oglethorpe come in recent weeks, Lewis Downey, Ben Horsnell as well, Lachlan Bijaya in midfield. How impressive you've been with the impact they've had? Yeah,
Lockie's had a breakout year. He's been outstanding. His running capacity, especially late in quarters, is second to none, and it's testament to him. He's done a heap of work. He's best mates with Xavier O'Neill, and they basically trained with each other over Christmas, and he's reaped the rewards on that.
Just the importance of Harry, who's I think he's really improved in the second part of the year, just being able to clunk some more marks, but also his ruck work around in some areas. I just think that's been a real important part with your run towards the finals.
Yeah, he's been enormous the last couple of weeks. He had a little bit of a European trip midway through the year too, but you got to remember these guys all played in the 2019 under-19s grand final. So you got Sam Hart, Bajaya, Lockie Harry. So there's plenty of upside with these kids.
One player that would be remiss of me if we didn't quite spend a couple of seconds on is Cade Answorth. 14 times in your best out of 17 games played this year. You must be really happy with his performance right throughout the season.
Cade's a genuine superstar. I had him at Sandy for 5 years, and he aligned when I started coaching at Blackburn, and we're just so lucky that when he had enough of VFL, he decided that he wasn't going anywhere else, and he's as hard as nails. He sets us up, and he's just one of those blue-collar workers that you can just set your watch by.
Yeah, and how crucial will that midfield battle be today against a very talented and stacked ball in midfield?
I think that's where it's going to be won or lost. If whoever gets in top inside, it's going to give their forwards first use. So, that's going to be the game. Basically.
And also Macadorian, who's been terrific as well. He just doesn't show any fear. He goes in and leads right from the front because he doesn't know any different.
No, and he's been playing. He's been in the team since 2018. Obviously, he's had VFL last couple of years. This is his first year full time with us. But his last 6 weeks, he's really found the form that we know he can produce, and his ability to get back, help support, and then give us offensive run has been fantastic.
And all good after he got a bit of a knock last week, but he was all good. Just I think a couple little stitches might have been applied, but does that just testify his tenacity that he goes in with?
Oh yeah, I don't blame the East Ringwood bloke. Macca would have been mouthing off. He probably deserved it. So.
Well, Brendan, we better let you go because Brendan Sanderson is with us now, and we really appreciate you jumping on pre-game again. And good luck for today, and who knows, good luck for the potentially finals.
No worries. Thanks very much, and hopefully the Matt Fodia curse is broken.
Thanks, Brendan.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you to Brendan Allen there, and again, all these coaches have been so great with their time this year. Brendan Sanderson, one of them as well. We've seen Balwyn that many times this year. We've seen them in recent weeks, and he's been good enough to join. He's been good enough to join us on pre-game. He's done a terrific job in the first season with the Balwyn Football Club. Brendan, thanks for jumping on pre-game.
Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me on.
How are the boys feeling being out here at Bayswater Oval, back out here for the first time, I think, in 4 years for some of them?
Yeah, it's good. It's obviously finals is here now finally, and most clubs have been training since November, and it's a lot of hard work goes in behind the scenes to ensure the boys are ready for the start of the season. And I know every team's objective is to qualify for finals first of all, and then see how high you can get up the ladder. But it's awesome today. The sun's out, big ground, should be a great atmosphere here today. So we're looking forward to the contest. Good
luck, Sando, for the finals campaign. In terms of your research, I know you do a lot. What are your first impressions of Bayswater Oval in terms of its length, its size, and in comparison to other grounds that you've come across?
Well, it's double the size of Cherry Road where we play at Balwyn. So
you're the second coach that said that in the last 10 minutes.
No, but in terms of what you've been used to, obviously at higher levels, and
this is awesome out here. Yeah, this is super. What a beautiful deck, and there's some great ovals in the Eastern Footy League. We're very fortunate, but. Yeah, we have talked honestly about adjusting our game style a little bit. You have to defend the bigger ground a bit differently to how you would say Cherry Road at Balwyn, and also to our offence as well. It's so wide, we can probably get lost if we use the wings too much. So we'll have to adjust a few things today. And the way that the Blackburn play, obviously they like to build the ball in the back half and share it around like a lot of sort of kick and mark. And then when they get to the front half, they obviously go a bit more direct to their tall targets. So. Yeah, we're going to have to be at our best today. We know that. We've got a really strong side in, and our twos are winning at the moment. They got a really good team in as well because we dropped 5 or 6 guys back. But that doesn't mean anything. You've got to be in the right mindset. You've got to make sure that you execute when it gets to finals, and we're hoping we get away to a good start and do that.
And that flexibility too, to have a few cards up your sleeve in terms of being able to rotate a few players around, and particularly through the midfield, because that's a good sign for team strength, isn't it? Having that flexibility. So if game A is not working, you can go to game B, go to plan C, and as you like to talk about, change it up and be unpredictable.
No, definitely. We've got a few guys back today. I guess Charlie Haley He's a bit of a club legend, or he's only been there for a few
He is
years,
a
but
legend,
he already is a club legend already. He's I'm looking forward to seeing him back in the side. You know, he plays that sort of deep forward role really well. But we can use him in the midfield a little bit as well. But we've got some guys in red-hot form off there. Now, like Sean Cross has had a really good month. He's another veteran of the club, and he's really put together a good block of form. But, yeah, we have got a lot of flexibility in our team, and hopefully we don't need to go to sort of plan B or plan C too much today. But we know, Blackburn have had a good season. They were great last week, and yeah, like I said, we're going to probably have to be at our best to beat them. So, but that's, the expectations with finals. You can't tiptoe through. You can't take any game easily. We've got to make sure we put out our best possible performance this afternoon.
With Chris Pendlebury being in and out of the side this year, Brenton, it's given you a chance to develop some other youngsters. Pollock's the centre half back. I think he that game against Doncaster, he's very solid, very dependable. Doesn't take too many risks and knows the percentages. You'd be happy with his improvement? Yeah,
you're right. It's probably helped us a little bit with Pendlebury doing some coaching at the Bull Ants this year, and he's been unavailable some Saturdays. We have been forced to use some of our younger boys in some pretty important roles, and I think it's actually helped Pendlebury as well, because he, I think he's 38 or 37. He's no spring chicken anymore, so the ability for him to be able to get a couple of rests in during the year and, obviously freshen up for the right time of the year, and his experience will be really helpful today. But you're right, it's helped with the development of Pollock's. Henko Cronje, who's out here today in the reserves, has played a fair bit at centre half back for us today. So yeah, we've been lucky in a way that that we didn't lose Pendlebury, but that he's come in at the right time now and hopefully can contribute for us in September.
Another player that's had a ripping year, right? And this is the sort of ground that you can experiment with. Your centre half forward is Jordan Lyle. Sometimes the ball goes over the centre half forward. So there may be an opportunity, if you need to get him into the game, that you might want to drop him at full forward. Yeah, no, you're right. There's with the size of this ground, and he's a big boy. We're asking a lot for him to play traditional centre half forward. He's going to have to take some spells at full forward as well. But yeah, expecting a big game from him. He's going to have to work his backside off. But we've got our skipper Jeff as well. He'll be able to sort of work in between the arcs. He's more of a sort of hybrid forward. Jack Tillich's had a really good second half of the year for us. He's had a couple of bags of 4. He's a similar size to Jeff and can sort of get up and down the ground as well. So. And I really like our smalls. Quinn, Sticker, and we've got little Markovsky, who's played most of the year school footy for Carey, but as an 18-year-old, he'd have to be in conversations when he comes to draft time, because he's been really good for the school, and then whenever he's played for us, he's been excellent as well. So looking forward to him playing today in a really important role for us.
Brendan, we spoke about the size of the ground, and I've seen a lot of football being played here, and this is one ground where you can kick goals from the boundary in the pocket. Very open there, so you see a lot of goals kicked from there. The other question I want to put to you is, you've had 1 year now in the EFNL. Coming into it, what was your idea of it, and what's your idea of the standard in the game?
I really enjoy it. I think the standard is excellent. It's not far off VFL footy, I don't think. There's some. We look at our side now as they come off the ground after their warm-up. There's probably 7 or 8 guys there that could comfortably play VFL footy really well, and we've got some ex-AFL talent in our team as well. But I think it's a really good standard of footy. The clubs are excellent. They're all very hospitable after the game. We all go in and have a beer after the game together, and it's a really good vibe, sort of on and off the ground. So I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to this finals campaign as well. I hope we go deep. I know it's going to be really challenging with some really good sides in the finals this year, but I've loved every second. One other player, when we did the Doncaster East, Brenton, he's coming off injury, Josh Walker, and you put him behind the ball because it was a position that he was familiar with. And it seems like to me, as he's come back from injury and he's got some game time back under his belt, you might have found he's right. He might have been able to reassume the position that he comes to love, really. Yeah, I think you're right. We like I said before, we probably don't want to go to Plan B too often today, or even Plan C, but one of those options would be to push him forward because he's such a good player. But I think at the moment, most coaches will sort of talk mostly about defence or defence when it comes to finals, and with Pendlebury and Walker behind the ball. You mentioned Pollux before.
Yeah.
We'll try and build from there. But if we do need to score and score quickly, yeah, he's definitely an option. A bit of a swingman. We can use him forward with Lyle. But yeah, like I said, we're going to start with him at centre half back today. He's played both all season, so we'll see how the game sort of plays out. But hopefully we can just use him at centre half back exclusively today.
Now, Sendo, I've heard you talking on SEN with Jared, and you're talking about the fundamentals a few weeks ago, the 3 basics, the milk, eggs and bread.
Oh, yeah.
Now, are we going to get a bit of that in the pre-match? Because you come out to a final, you're going to ask for the 3 basics principles of football today. If you don't know the other parts of the shopping list, you're never going to know them. And that's pretty much what happens coming into a finals campaign. If you don't know the other parts to the game plan now, well, you may as well, you go, well, what are we doing here, boys?
Nah,
that's
right.
pretty much how it works, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. It's so tempting, though, because you think in a final you've got to try and trick the opposition and, add all these trick plays in or look for ways to get an advantage. But you're 100% right. Finals are won by sides that execute the fundamentals better for longer. And although there'll be a lot of mistakes today, and I've said to my boys down in the rooms that I actually want them to make mistakes. I think the more mistakes you make, it means you're taking the game on. I think if we play a really safe, passive game today, it's not going to help us.
No.
So I think both sides should try and take the game on, look for opportunities to spread the ground, and then you've just got to defend really well. So, but you're right. I think if we get contest and clearance right, look for opportunities to turn the ball over with our defence and be quite simple with our offence, just take the ball forward. So I reckon our backs will probably share the ball around a bit today. I'm expecting our defenders, we've got a lot of good ball users in the back half. So I think they'll probably try and switch the ball around a little bit today, look to share the ball. But I think once you get past the centre, it's direct to goal. And that's how Blackburn play too. So probably to see 2 very similar game styles today.
And one of those defenders as well, Jamie Gottliebsen, playing his 150th ball-in game today. How's he feeling about doing it out here in an elimination final?
Yeah, well, he missed last week with injury, so I think he was a little bit nervous about whether he'd come back into the side. But you're right, I think only 4 players in Balwyn's history have played more than, or have played 150 or more, so it's a great achievement and exceptional clubman. And yeah, he'll play well today. I know. Sometimes you can put too much emphasis on players in their milestone games, but once the ball's bounced, it'll be underway, and I think it'll be quickly forgotten, that he's playing a milestone. But yeah, it was really good this week for the boys to sort of get around him and celebrate what's a fantastic achievement. It
is, and we really appreciate you jumping on, Brendan.
Pleasure.
Thank you, and good luck for today, and who knows, good luck for the rest of the finals as well. I'm sure.
Thanks, boys. Have a good call.
Thank you to Brenton Sanderson. And again, he's been so great with his time this year. We've been to seen Balwyn 4 times this year now, and he's always been so open, so honest with his answers.
How come I'm not privy to that milk? What's that?
Milk. Explain.
What do you have in your shopping bag?
So Brash and Ray, it's very simple, right? So when your partner says to you, if you take your shopping list, the first thing your partner will say is you got to get milk, bread, and eggs, right? Now, you will remember when you go to the shops that you've got to go and get milk, bread, and eggs.
Not when you get to my age.
Right? But if I say to you, you've got to get milk, bread, eggs, I want organic tomatoes, I want pastry, and I want, and it might be something else. Or you will get to the shops and you'll go, I've got milk, bread, and eggs, and then you'll get there and go, what were the other 3 or 4 things that were on that list? Because males, we don't go with a list to the shops. We'll go, we know it, we'll just do it. Whereas, so it's that knowing the fundamentals. If you don't know the basics now, you'll never know what you'll need.
All right, I think we've had enough of that.
We've had enough.
You're right, Spidey, you're right.
But it is the principle, and it's a fascinating insight to what Sando has given when he talks to Jared on this. It's a great coaching education for people if you want to.
Look, just to back up what you're saying, I quite often go to Bunnings and I spend an hour and a half in there because once I get in there, it takes me that long to remember why I'm there.
Oh, come on, guys. I've had enough of this supermarket etiquette now.
But it's the
Let's
same
move
when
on.
the
We
same
need
thing
to.
applies.
We've lost control here. We need to. Let's have a
control.
look around the grounds because we've got about 5 minutes to go to our first ad break, and let's start off at Tormore Reserve, Division 1, second semi-final. We'll focus on the games today, and the game taking place out there is between South Belgrave and Montrose, and thank heavens Blake Tennant is not around here. But this is a big challenge for Montrose.
Yep.
Saints undefeated in their last 24 games, dating back to last year. They've only lost to 2 clubs in that time, and well, he's here now. He's shaking his head, Blake Tennant, but you just can't stop a team like South Belgrave, Ray. I don't think.
Look, we've spoken about South Belgrave, Brash, you and I in particular. You know,
Yep.
they've just been doing what they've had to do. They haven't been winning by big margins. They knew 8 weeks ago they were going to play finals.
Yeah.
6 weeks ago they knew they were going to finish in the top 2. So they've just been going through the motions and getting the job done. But today, finals, yes, finals are a different thing. But in finals, usually the milk comes to the top. The cream comes to the top. The cream comes to the top. I just keep that shopping element on it, Brett. The cream comes to the top, and the cream of South Belgrave is far sweeter than the cream of Montrose, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, look, I can't. Bar the analogy, South Belgrave have been in irresistible form all season. The guy that I always get excited about when it comes to finals in South Belgrave is Tim Smith.
Oh yeah.
Because you just don't know what he's gonna dish out. We watched him last year in the finals in the finals at Mitcham last year, and the thing is, from the outside, he didn't look like he had a big influence on the contest. But he only needs 6 or 7 touches, and the game's over.
The game's over.
is.
And I think that's the fact. I mean, if Montrose can hang in for as long as they can, and they can defend well, and that's defensively, and create some offense, but then also work the corridor a little bit and put some pressure on, and then get some scoreboard happening. Look, they are well and truly in the game, but it's whether they can sustain it for the entire 4 quarters, and I'm not sure that they can.
Ray, I would, looking at, I wanted. Whilst it was admirable that Montrose got over the line last week, for me, they squandered a lead which they should never have given up in the first place, and to get over, that worries me, because it worries me in the fact that I could see them only being able to hold South Belgrave for maybe 2 and a bit quarters, but I reckon there's going to be a point where South Belgrave will kick 2-3 goals, and they'll be 18 points up, and then there's going to be a point of no return for Montrose, because the next 3 goals that will take them from 18 to 36, that'll be the thing that breaks the straw that breaks the camel's back.
But you've got to take your chances as well, Ray, don't you, in finals? Because as we know, if you don't take your chances early in the game, if they get an early look at Montrose, and they're not taking those chances on the scoreboard, then they're putting themselves at huge risk to be blown open.
You did right. And look, to me, the big difference between these two sides is Montrose have probably got 16 of the 18 that are actually out on the field that are only one position players.
Yeah.
South Belgrave have proved it in the last 10 weeks. They've got guys in that side that can play in 3 and 4 positions.
Multiples,
and what they do during the game, they do swing them around, and I believe there's a bit of confusion comes into the opposition.
And this is another way. Montrose have got this might, and I'm not trying to sound disrespectful to the playing group, because to get to where they are has been an achievement in itself. Yeah. But Gary Ayres, right, is a finals specialist coach, right? My only concern is, does he have the cannon fodder that can pull off his game plan in a final series?
I mean,
I that's what I'm worried about. I mean, they have moments, Montrose, where they go to sleep, Spider,
and they don't score. That is a big concern, and that happened last week.
And that's the thing. If they go to sleep for a matter of 10 minutes, they could be 6 down.
Yeah, and they've got to be very careful. And Gary Ayres will be well aware of that. So I think the key to them is to score early, put pressure on South Belgrade, but also, try in that midfield to block those exits, get pressure through the corridor, make sure that that they work on that offense, defensive pressure, and I think that they'll give themselves a chance. But I do believe South Belgrade will win the game by a couple of goals.
I do think so too. Brash, do we have the Oracle's tips for this contest? I hate to throw you under the bus.
South Belgrave 120, Montrose 79.
So I think it'll be probably a bit closer. Because Montrose can definitely keep up with South Belgrave for 3/4. It's just about that firepower, and the Saints are bringing back Taylor and Damien Garner, who I think have probably had the last 2 weeks off fresh.
Yeah, but I think the other thing is too, whilst we all talk about Tim Smith and the Garners and that, there's a couple of blokes there.
It's their bottom end players, I think, that are just as good.
What's his name? Ryan Silver, is it?
Yeah.
He or Murray Silver, he's been superb in the back line.
He's been their best defender.
Jordan Niku's been very good.
Yeah, and there's plenty of talent surrounding them, and you've got the likes of the Kidd brothers, you've got Nicholas Keeley. It's a stacked lineup with stars across every line. Well, we're going to go to a break here, our first break on the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll continue taking a look around the grounds ahead of this first elimination final in Premier Division between Balwyn and Blackburn.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Bayswater Oval. First elimination final in Premier Division between Balwyn and Blackburn at the moment. The reserves are taking place 14 minutes into the final quarter. It's Balwyn 58-30, so the reserves looking on track to keep their season alive. And I was looking at the list. You've got the likes of Will Stevenson, Henko Kronje. You've got a heap of players that have played senior footy in that lineup for Balwyn. So this is probably the 2 strongest Balwyn sides today. some women's scores around the grounds. 5 minutes left at H.E. Parker between East Ringwood and Surrey Park, and the Roos will win the Division 2 Premiership up 86-13 there.
Ooh.
And in Division 3 with 5.5 minutes out there between Kilsyth and the Eastern Devils, it's 44 Kilsyth, Eastern Devils 31. It was just 1 point at three-quarter time. So,
that's an upset. The Eastern Devils were...
The Eastern Devils in Premier were the favourites.
Were the favourites, so
yeah, but the third division, Kilsyth were the favourites. So they could be on track for the first of two senior premierships as well, Kilsyth, which would be a great achievement.
And East Ringwood, I think that's a clean sweep in terms of the season. They've won every game.
They've won every game, and they've had a percentage over 1,000. So
yeah.
not a bad season for the East Ringwood women's. We'll continue having a look around the grounds at games happening today. We'll touch on games taking place tomorrow, but the Division 2 second semi-final between Baronia and Templestowe out at Walker Park. The Hawks getting some real reinforcement back after they rested them in the Mulgrave game. In comes Mitch Mellis, Max Brasher, Jess Bolden, Ryan White and Ben Robertson. Not too many outs, whilst for Templestowe they lose Matt Nagel, but their coach Nick Batsanis comes back into the lineup. So these two sides, they're pretty much at full strength. Baronia probably go in as favourites, Brash, but Templestowe can, I reckon, give them a real run for their money, unlike the last time when we were there seeing Baronia run over the top of the Dockers.
Yeah, look, and it is going to be a very, very good clash this afternoon. Really impressed with the way Templestowe went about their victory last week. They really picked apart Waverley Blues' strengths last week, and they're going to have to do it again today. But they're going to have to try and where I feel that they're going to. I think around the ground, they might be able to get the combinations.
It's a bit different to the Waverley scenario, I think.
It is, because I've said all year that Baronia run 10 to 12 guys right through rotation through their midfield, and that's where I think the game's going to be won this afternoon. The midfield rotation that Baronia have got. I think there's some. There is some big jobs for both sides that are going to have to negate, and it comes in the forward lines. I think Robertson and Fairchild are going to be just as important as what Lindback and Lindback will be as well in their forward line. And look, there's always this debate about Dean Lindback, and I'm going to keep saying it until someone actually acknowledges it. Templestowe have not been able to deliver the ball properly to Lindback. And I think this is, we're talking about his output. Yeah, the reason why is because they keep kicking the ball out of, when he's leading, they keep kicking the ball out of position to him.
Yeah, he hasn't had that space to run into. And I think the one thing you're alluding to there, Brash, is they're also playing that unpredictability, and I think that's why Nick alluded to it last week in the pre-game, Nick Batsanis, that he'll probably go forward a little bit at times today and have that a little bit of unpredictability, which will put a bit of extra pressure on the Baronian defence at times too, because that'll they'll have to apply the squeeze a little bit more, and Templestowe will put that pressure on. So from a full-on perspective, so there's going to be a lot of heat in that game. Yeah. It's just whether Baronia can adjust from the big ground into the smaller ground, and sometimes for those sort of sides, it can be a little bit harder for them to adjust, and that happened a couple of times to Baronia in the past, and particularly last year. But I think for Baronia, if they can start the game well through that midfield, guys like Begley and Malice, etc., and Brasher, they will set this game up, and they'll be a big chance to win it. But they've got to take their chances early. But Templestowe, like last week, if they can start off the game similar to what they did against the Waverley Blues, well, they're well and truly in the contest.
Ray, I reckon Mitchener's going to have to play a much bigger role even than what he did last week, because I think Baronia will make him more accountable than what Waverley Blues did last week. To be honest with you, I don't think Ferraro last week paid any respect to Mitchener as a player and just allowed him to roam around the ground as if there was no one else there to play on him.
Well, I didn't see, Brash, but if they did, that's a big minus.
Would you agree with
that? He's been a great player over his career. But all in all, you look at this game, everything you said about Templestowe, they're playing great finals, great football, going into a final series. But let's face it, Barone's been by far, in my opinion, the best side in this division all year, and I really can't see them, throwing this away. I think they'll win today, and they'll win probably only by 3 goals.
Yeah, I think it's around that mark, and I think they will be challenged. I think having those extra tools that Baronia do have will put a little bit more pressure on Templestowe.
I think they would also like to be challenged because, let's face it, over the second half of the season, they really haven't been challenged a lot.
No, the entire season they haven't. Their one loss has come by 1 point against Ringwood.
All right, I'll throw this to the 4 of us, right? With Baronia and South Belgrave, are we going to be disappointed this afternoon if they win their finals by 60, 70 points?
Yeah, I would be disappointed.
I would be. It wouldn't be surprising just because they've been dominant.
The reason why I say that is because Domvale did it last week, and now they're already into a grand final. And the thing was the fact that they blew Ferntree Gully off the park in a half of football, and that's the thing that worries me about today. Is the fact that both South Belgrave and Baronia have had great seasons, but for the sake of finals football, that's where I'm coming from. You want to see close finals games.
Yeah, I think Templestowe will be able to make it a close game, and I think the way that they're playing, their style through that midfield and being able to congest it up, but also their contested ball work and the way that they've been able to play, I think that's really going to keep them in the contest and keep the game alive right to the bitter end.
Brash, what you say is true. I'll be very disappointed, particularly that this season there's no promotion or relegation.
No.
So if those sides win by 80, 90 plus, they're going to have to do it all again next year. And let's face it, we know what's going to happen.
They definitely have the capabilities to do so both sides, particularly Baronia, just because they're only
and that's what I mean. Those two sides are going to hit in. Those two sides will go into a grand final. The fact that they've earned their spot because they finished on top, and that's the whole idea, is to win, finish on top, win the minor premiership, get to the second semi, win the second semi, and go into the grand final.
But we have seen teams lose the second semi before and then have to come through the preliminary final to win the premiership. It has happened a lot of times.
It has happened, but where I'm coming from is the fact that if these two sides win big today, go straight into a grand final, how do those other sides that lose today, who get the next chance in preliminary final, how do they come up next week?
Well, speaking of preliminary finals, let's touch on the Division 3 one. And one side that we really looking to respond is Ferntree Gully up against the Oakley District. The Eagles, a rough loss, a rough second half against Domvale. I think it was 13 goals to 1. Oakley District, and after the siren victory. So they'll be buoyed by that in the WhatsApp chat, in media team WhatsApp chat. They've got people coming in from interstate Oakley District. So it's going to be a big day for them. It's a big day for Ferntree Gully to respond, though, Ray.
Look, it was a great win by Oakley Districts, and you've got to look at the fact that Bozanich and Ryan, the coach, they only had mediocre games last year.
Yeah.
If those two can turn it on, look, I'm picking Oakley Districts
I think
to
they'll
win
win
because
too, right?
what I don't like about Ferntree Gully is the fact that those big outs they had 6 or 8 weeks ago, they have not recovered from that.
No. And they're going to have to recover from what is a really rough loss, a really disappointing second half. And that first half, too, was disappointing where they kicked 3 goals, 9. They cannot let that happen.
I think there's a few scars from last week, and that's why I think the momentum's all with Oakley, and I think they're going to advance to a grand final.
I do
too. For mine, Oakley District are the side, out of all the sides playing finals, that have got a free hit this week.
They do.
They absolutely have nothing to lose here this week. The pressure is all on Ferntree Gully. And I was worried the way that, once again, they were mentally brutalised last week by Domvale. They physically beat up on them again, physically and mentally. And even if Ferntree Gully get back and win today, even by the barest of margins, I still won't be able to mount a case on them winning a flag. It would need a monumental turnaround on their part.
They need a big statement, do Ferntree Gully, heading into a potential grand final if they are to stand any chance against the Domvale side that's just miles ahead of the pack. Do you have the Oracle's tips for that game and for the Division 2 game as well, Brash?
Right, Division 2 game, we have Baronia 115, Templestowe 62. And in the Division 3 game today, Ferntree Gully 64, Oakley District 72.
Ooh. So the Oracle, they're agreeing with us on the Oakley District tip. They're It's great. It'd be a great achievement for Oakley as well. Again, we keep harping on the fact that they're winless last year, and now they're playing finals and a preliminary
Chance
final.
for a grand final.
So,
And just before we bring in the call team, Josh, the Oracle prediction for today's game, radio game, has Balwyn 78, Blackburn 74. So a close one
that's
there.
a bit of a surprise. That's
a surprise to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
do we have the Oracle's tips for the other games as well? Because of course there's the Sunday games.
All the Sunday games we can do tomorrow.
well, I won't be here.
Oh no, you can Oracle. Oracle. Go
Well,
for
the
it.
Oracle has got East Ringwood 81, Doncaster East 71, Mitcham 54, North Ringwood 62.
Yep.
Waverley Blues 75, Heathmont 80.
Ooh, okay.
And Surrey Park 60, Scoresby 91.
There's a couple I like there. I like that Scoresby one.
Yeah,
Oracle's drinking for the
I think Heathmont will get beaten myself.
And Waverley Blues, I think, will win.
Yeah, I got a feeling he's got a feeling the Kool-Aid came out there on the Division 4 game.
Well, let's just touch on that Division 4 game. Well, of course, the 3 games taking place tomorrow on the Sunday, and that game between Surrey Park and Scoresby is the Eastland match of the round. Now, Ray, you'll be out there. None of us 3 will be out there as well, which is miraculous. I will have my Surrey Park beanie though, from where I am in the northern suburbs.
So you're talking about the tangerine and silver beanie with the clash jumper, or the black and white one?
The black and white one, the black and white one, and who knows, I might have my Surrey Park jumper underneath just in case they might need me.
You are a tragic, Josh.
I'm not.
Well, Surrey Park pajamas on the night.
I'm not going to be seduced by what the Oracles tip tomorrow. Surrey Park finished second for a reason.
Yeah.
And they've been second all year. Yes, they can't. I said at the start of the year that Kilsyth and Surrey Park would play off in the grand final. So far, I've got one of those combinations right, and I expect Surrey Park to once again come off a real titanic struggle against Kilsyth, and I think that sets them right up for a big clash tomorrow against Scoresby, and I think they'll get the points.
And there's plenty of reinforcement for both sides. Paravicini and Richards coming in for Scoresby, Spider, but for Surrey Park, they're bringing in James Kenworthy, the coach, the captain, Matt Garvin.
Bringing in the leader.
Ryan Kennedy back into the lineup as well, Josh Durand and Mitch Gall. They lose Riley Tempany and Jack McLeod.
Gall's a big in.
Yeah, he's a big in, and both him and Durand did the job against Jaden Weikart a couple of weeks ago.
I think you're also underselling the other guy.
Durand?
No, the other one.
Oh, Kennedy.
Yes.
Josh, just one for you. If they had won last week, Surrey Park, would these guys that are coming in, would they be coming in for the grand final?
Yeah, they probably would. They definitely would have been, I think.
So it's not panic buttons?
No, it's not panic buttons. They were... Kennedy was coming off an ankle injury he did in that Kilsyth game, and they were aiming for him to be ready by
But
then.
That's still a big. Look, it's still a big call, even at a preliminary final stage, to be making those amount of changes. I get it why you're doing it, because you've rated those guys in your best 22. Does that come back to bite them when it comes down to the hard running that's going to be required in a finals game? Only time will tell.
Yep.
And Tom Smith as well come back into the lineup too. So get their fitness in the legs as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how hard they have to run. And I think, who knows, Kennedy might play a bit of time up forward as well, which would be a bit of a surprise just because he's made his name for himself in midfield. But we'll see what happens, Ray.
And Brash, finals time. There's always some upset that we don't predict is going to happen. So we'll just see what happens today and tomorrow and next week onwards.
That's it.
You never know. Finals, as we keep saying, it brings out the best in all sides, and there's always at least one surprise, whether that be in the home and away season or finals, as well as umpires move into the middle of the ground. We've still got a bit of time before we introduce the rest of the call team. Blackburn is still in their rooms as well. Let's touch on the Division 2 first semi-final. Heathmont up against the Waverley Boys, or the other way around. The boys will want to respond. Heathmont, that was a good victory, and they've got some players back in recent weeks. Ray, what do you reckon?
No, I'm going to stick with Waverley Blues. You know, to me, they've been the second best side in that division all season, and I don't see any reason. You know, they lost the final, but you know, I'm going to back them in to get over the line.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to bounce back after last week. They'll really put the squeeze on the Heathmont defence. I'm just not sure they're going to be able to close down this opponent Waverley Blues forward line. A little bit of a different story. I think Templestowe's defence is a little bit different mix to what Heathmont's setup is. But I just think through the midfield too, Waverley Blues will be able to get that rebound going and really get the dominance early in the game.
Well, they split 1-1 during the home and away season.
Yep.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to go Heathmont.
I'm going to go Heathmont too as well, actually.
I think I think the Heathmont hierarchy might have enough to. Templestowe, I reckon, did everyone else a favour last week by exposing Waverley Blues' game plan. I reckon they can be exploited again.
Brash, are Heathmont going to kick enough goals? That's what worries me.
Well, they've got their best side in, Ray.
I realise that. But
and if they can't kick what they kicked last week, then they're not going to win.
Well, I think it's
you can have your best side in, but if that side hasn't been settled for at least 5 weeks leading into a finals, to me there's a question mark.
Has to be.
Yeah, defence for Heathmont's their biggest concern.
Yeah, and division. Let's touch on Division 1 just quickly. The first semi-final, just a tip: Mitcham, North Ringwood. I think North Ringwood will give themselves every chance, but Mitcham should get the job done.
I think Mitcham bigger bodies.
Yes, Mitcham for mine.
Mitcham will win. North Ringwood will put up a pretty competitive effort.
And North Ringwood for tomorrow.
And East Ringwood up against Doncaster East as well. Yeah, I'm tipping East Ringwood. I don't think they've gone through any changes.
East Ringwood.
Doncaster East have brought in Josh DeLuca and Luke Tyner. They lose Jared Lowther and Cameron Giles, but I think the job gets done for them as Blackburn are now out onto the ground here at Bayswater Oval. We've still got a bit of time till our next stat break. We might go. We'll go to it shortly. Spider, you'll join us at halftime.
Yeah,
but just your tip on this game as well.
Balwyn by 20 points. Actually, about 30 points. I said 5 goals yesterday on the show. So I think Balwyn will do it pretty comfortable. Blackburn going to have to really do their work in the first half.
Yeah, I'm tipping Balwyn as well. I'll be able to tell that a bit later on. But we're going to go to another ad break here in the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll introduce the rest of the call team led by Jared Beanland and Brett Beston for this game between Balwyn and Blackburn.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
I tell you what, there's always something a little bit special, isn't it, coming out to Bayswater Oval at this time of the year, because you know it is final. So much on the line. The ground is in fantastic condition. Crowd not as big as we perhaps thought, but I'm sure it'll grow as the game goes on. Very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Finals Footy, the EFNL, of course, for 2023. My name is Brett Best, and I'll be calling the game alongside my co-commentator, Jared Beelan. Jared, welcome to you. You must be pumped for this one.
I very much am. Very looking forward towards my first Premier Division finals match call, and Balwyn versus Blackburn. It's going to be an excellent contest. I really can't wait to see what Blackburn can challenge with here today.
Indeed, yes, of course, for this one, the winner continues, the loser goes home. Joining us in special comments this afternoon, two gentlemen who have seen more finals than I've had hot dinners, Wayne Brasher and Ray Baird. Good afternoon, guys. What are you looking forward to today?
Good afternoon, Brett, and good afternoon to all that. I'm looking for a typical finals football. I think both sides will be great. In the first 10 minutes, ball's going to be just sounding each other out, and then they'll settle down, and we'll see some fine EFNL final football, Bresh.
Yeah, we are, and I look, when you look at these two sides, Blackburn hold the edge 8-7 in their last 15 matches. The last time these two met was in 2019 in a qualifying final, which Balwyn won. The average winning margin actually for Balwyn is 54 points against Blackburn, so that's a bit of a worry for me. And and Balwyn have won the last three three matches against Blackburn by a winning margin of 47. I look at those figures and I look at the Balwyn lineup. A lot of experience on the ground this afternoon. Blackburn, they've had to do it hard in the last month, right, just to get there. I just think that the bigger bodies of Balwyn and the fact that they know how to play this ground and they can run and spread and use the ground at will, and I'm expecting them to get over the line by about 40 points this afternoon.
It's going to be a lovely day down on the boundary. It's quite mild out here at Bayswater Oval, and a couple of fantastically learned gentlemen unfortunately couldn't be with us today, so we've got these two blokes instead. Blake Tennant and, of course, Josh down
Ward. Josh Ward.
Sorry, boys, I went Blake. Josh Ward down on the boundary today. You guys will be looking forward to a good day down on the boundary.
Yes, g'day listeners. Always great to be down at Bayswater Oval. This is where the Premier Grand Finals are played, and this is great to be back here. Conditions-wise, ground is in very good supreme nick at the moment. I think Ray alluded to the curators. They've done a terrific job, and it's a great place to be at Bayswater. I'm looking forward to this contest, to be fair. Blackburn, of course, as you said, Brush, have done it the hard way, and it'll be interesting to see how they're going to go against a really informed Balwyn side out at the moment.
Quick tip from you two boys.
Yeah, I went with Balwyn. I'm going to stick with them in this. I think I'm having some issues with my microphone. I'm back in. Let's just change microphones. I'm going to go with Balwyn for this one. I said 5 goals in the podcast. I think they get the job done. Just quickly, some women's scores. Kilsyth Division 3 Premiers 50-32. East Ringwood 87-25. Surrey Park.
Thank you very much, Josh.
I've got Balwyn to win by 25 points as well, boys.
Thanks very much, guys. The siren sounds. And Brett Beston to take us away.
Thank you, Jared. As the ball is up, Big Harry got up and got the tap down, but it's nicely picked up there by Balwyn. They get possession, but Blackburn, it's all a bit untidy. There'll be probably a bit scrappy early on, you'd expect, until things start to feel their way out. Now Balwyn go forward. Mark is taken there. Nicely done by Lyle. He'll be a key factor today for Balwyn. He goes inside 50, and what a start for the Balwyn Tigers. And they're going to go back and have the first shot at goal of the game as the mark is taken by Haley. And what a season he's had. He's even missed a few games as well. Yes. But he's still managed to kick 24 goals, which is a fair effort, Brash.
It is, and that was really quick ball movement there from Balwyn off that centre clearance. Haley got a charge, got that 5-metre break and took a lovely mark.
Haley kicking from just on the arc. How does it look? He's got his arm up. It's a beautiful kick. And that is just what the man can do, Charlie Haley. They want to put some attention into him as Balwyn grabbed the first of the day, and they lead by 1 straight kick on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, that's a perfect,
not even a minute gone.
Perfect start from Balwyn. You know, that is copybook stuff, and the guys who are involved, you know.
Bowen Smith in the midfield.
Yeah, and Lyle and Haley. You've got to remember, Haley's improved because he's been playing in Sydney reserves, boys. So
Indeed.
being a Sydney supporter.
So back into the centre. Question is, how quickly can Blackburn settle into this game after that goal? Clearance not one yet. There it is. Sean Cross kicks it. High ball inside forward 50 for the Tigers. Their flyers go up. They come down and feeding it out there. He's got it to Urban. Blackburn fighting for it at ground level, or not quite picking it up. They've had the kick smothered, swinging round the body there with the kick is Jeff Goebbels, and he kicks the second one for Balwyn within 2 minutes. Very good start for the Tigers.
The second goal come from a really bad turnover by the Blackburn defender. Then he got his boot to the ball, but only went 20 metres along the ground.
But also, too, he kicked it into the corridor. He was forced to kick that ball by mistake into the corridor.
Well, this is starting to look like last night for those who watched the Collingwood-Eastland game, but this is a flyer for the Balwyn side, and this is not what the Blackburn side wanted. They really needed to get off to a good start. They're heavy underdogs in this game, but it can only get better for them because they're 2 goals down in just over 2 minutes of play. So let's see what the response will be. Brendan Allen will be a little bit shell-shocked as the players will be as they go forward. Almost a chance for a mark. Ball's been dropped. But Balwyn have turned it over and they'll come off halfback. Josh Walker gets the kick smothered. Good pressure from number 9 is Sam Hutt, forcing it out towards the boundary. Hart gets his hands on it, but he's run out of room. Ball on the ground. Hart goes and looking for it again, and eventually they'll force the stoppage. So that's better from Blackburn. At least they've got some territory. So umpire to throw it up. Big Lockie Harry goes up against Anderson and the ruck. Anderson got the tap down. Cleared away there by Urban into the middle of the ground. Can they get a mark? Not at the moment. Ball on the taken there by one of the Blackburn players. He's wrapped up in a really good tackle. Coming in there was Wilson. And we'll have a ball up in the middle of the ground. It was Mackenzie Dorian who took that one. He's got the head bandaged up. Looks like he's been in a bit of a war, but nonetheless, up it goes. Anderson against Harry in the ruck again. Bit of a nil-all draw that time as the ball spills away. Trying to get it was Answorth. Now it's in the hands there of Cunningham. Louis Cunningham out towards the far side. Mark not taken. Ball on the ground. That might be in the back. What does the umpire say? No, he's come in and he says we'll have the ball up instead as Quinn is tackled. As we move into the 3.5 minutes gone, still the 2 goals in it with the Balwyn side in front.
So clearing this one out is going to be Alex Urban. He's going to do a chip kick into the pocket. Running onto it there was Haley. Couldn't take it. It's now bouncing ball at ground level. Blackburn trying to apply the pressure. Swinging him round. Oh, he's just gotten away as Nathan Oakes snapped on goal. And he's got a third one for the Tigers. How did they let that one get through Blackburn?
Well, it's an early contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. That was a cracker.
Ray, one thing I've noticed so far, the quick one touch that Balwyn are able to do, their clean disposal has really set them apart from Blackburn early.
And what I've noticed is when there's a contest and everyone's around the ball, Balwyn have got 2 outsiders, always there to take that hand pass.
It's all Balwyn at the moment. Blackburn had looked like they were sort of starting to get back into it. They had a little period there of about 60 seconds, but they turned it over and Balwyn had just taken control once again. So 3 goals straight. They lead 18-0 on the Bendigo back scoreboard. The tap comes down, taken there by Answorth. He's wrapped up, and we'll have a secondary ball up.
Harry's going to have to try and break even against Anderson this afternoon in the ruck contest.
So up it goes. Ball knocked out. It's bouncing around all over the place. Coming through there was Urban.
Oh, here we go.
And they're away again here, the Balwyn side. So they really are just dominating at the moment. I'm just trying to see who's got the ball at the moment. The camera's all over the place. So it is going to be a shot at goal. Is it Goebbels, I think?
No,
it's
Nathan Oakes.
Nathan Oakes. So Nathan Oakes will be going back. He'll be kicking from about the arc or just outside the arc. So it's a long kick, but we'll check with our boundary riders, but there seems to be virtually no wind today, so conditions are actually pretty good. He's actually inside the arc when he kicks it. Left footer, he strikes it pretty well. He likes it too off the boot. So Nathan Oakes gets his second. And it's Balwyn's 4th, and my word, what a start for them. 4 goals straight. It's a no score. Bendigo back scoreboard, nearly 6 play.
This is copybook stuff to what we saw out at Cherry Road there when they played Doncaster East.
Yep.
One thing that Doncaster East did that day, though, they gradually got back into the game, and this is what Blackburn's got to do. Don't worry about what's scored now, but just get Peckham back.
Let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
Just touching on Besto's point, there isn't really any win to speak of there. Yeah, so getting off to a fast start, Balwyn.
Thanks very much for that, Josh, as we return to the centre of the ground here. Going up, Lachlan Harry, as we've said, needed to break even. He's not done at that time as Anderson gets the kick away inside forward 50. It was a good clearance. Hunting for it was Markovski, scooped up there for Balwyn. Cross just taps it along. Markovski's onto it again. And gathering the ball but being wrapped up immediately. Blackburn defender in there, Jordan Hart. So we've got a stoppage here inside Balwyn's forward 50, 6.5 minutes gone. They're already 4 goals up. Fighting through there is Lyle. He's done well, but he's been wrapped up by Will Oglethorpe out there for the Burners. Blackburn under siege early. They've already let through 4 goals, and it looks like it's going to be a bit of a struggle for them if it continues this way. So from this contest, it's Markovski. Gets the handball away. Intercepted there by Dunn. Tackled by Smith. Another ball up.
Their tackling pressure has really come to the fore here at the moment, Balwyn.
Up we go again. Lyle this time with the tap down. Hunting it there. That's going to be Haley. Got it off to Markovski, and he's been forced over the line by Christian Zalek, one of the ins today for Blackburn.
They just can't get their hands on the ball, Blackburn, to create any sort of run or movement at the moment.
Back into play. Anderson versus Harry. And it's been wrapped up once again. Will Oglethorpe, the man with the ball there. They are looking like an absolute sleek machine, Balwyn, currently. Anderson taps it down. Answorth now. Might have been his first touch for the day, which is a rare thing for him to not get too many early on. His kick came out of defensive 50. Ended up wrapped up once again, and another ball up. So here we go again. Harry taps it down, and that's in the back of Bowen Smith. And so he'll take the free kick. Searching for options inside forward 50. Has he found one? Kai Jaff. Good mark taken. Great intercept mark there for Blackburn. And
no, the umpire's called a free kick.
Free kick to Charlie Haley. He pushed him forward in the contest.
Ooh, so this is going to be a 5th shot at goal here for the Tigers. 8.5 minutes in already. And Blackburn on the ropes early. Charlie Haley, he's already got one. Got the first of the day. Sydney VFL listed, of course, 25 goals for the year now from only 9 games now, of course. Trots in to really put the burn on the Burners. He's missed it. Just to the left there. Let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
So when we last saw Balwyn and Blackburn on Good Friday, they got off to that really fast start, did Balwyn. So they need to do something, the Burners.
They certainly do. So it's going to be Sam Hart to bring the ball back in. Can they get something going? Let's see. One guy who could spark them, he's a bit of a live wire, is Giart. So someone like that might be a key if they can get the ball in his hands as the ball comes back inside 50 again. On the ground, nicely picked up. I think that was number 44 is Markovski. And bouncing around out in the kick forward now. And just trying to see where the ball is. So they're hanging on at the moment, Blackburn, but that's about all they're doing as it goes out towards the far side. And the mark is taken, so it's Blackburn with the footy over on that far side of the ground. There's the kick down the line. Where's it going to go? It's gone out of bounds, I think, over there.
No, free kick, play on.
Free kick. So just having a bit of trouble. The camera's not really following the ball at the moment, but that's unfortunate. But never mind. We will do our best as the ball is on the ground. And the umpire's whistle is gone. Now it's in the hands of ball, and they'll come forward. There's the kick forward. And it's back inside 50. And it's a goal.
I reckon that's 30. Is that 33?
33.
Yep. 33 is Quinn's. That's his 34th goal of the season. And it's another one for Blackburn. That is goal number 5 for them. 5-1 to no score. Bendigo back scoreboard, and we've had 10 minutes of play.
Like you said, Brash, Blackburn just can't get the football.
They can't get their hands on it.
We're 10 minutes in, and it's 7-1 inside 50s.
Yeah, it's and this is this is a real danger period now for Blackburn. They could actually lose the game in the next 5-10 minutes.
Desperation stakes for the Burners here as another clearance goes the way of Nathan Oakes. High ball towards the pack inside forward 50. It spills out. Jath with the ball. He was stripped of it immediately. Scooped up by Haley. Over to Bowen Smith. Clever little tap onwards. Fighting for it there. The Burners trying to put some pressure on Bowen Smith back onto it. And he's been wrapped up by Hubber.
They are playing like men possess. As Ray said, they got 2, 3, 4 around the contest. They got 2 on the outside.
So back up into the hands of Urban. He gets it to Smith as he was being tackled. Smith again wrapped up. Another ball up. Of course, 11 minutes 20 gone here in the first quarter at Bayswater Oval. Elimination final action here coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and the YouTube and Facebook streams. And streaming through is Bowen Smith. Yet another goal to Balwyn. What a clearance that was. Very opportunistic situation there for Bowen Smith to slam home at Balwyn's 6th. And this is a worse start for Blackburn than it was in round 1, which we thought wasn't great at the time.
This is a nightmare on Elm Street scenario here, isn't it? Look, I remember a final against Norwood, Balwyn coming out in the first quarter and doing something very similar. They were able to stretch the opposition far and wide and in the midfield, and they're doing exactly the same thing that they did on that day.
So back in the middle, this is an incredible start. This big final out here today at Bayswater Oval. Of course, the winner goes through, the loser is out, and at the moment that is looking very much like Blackburn unless they can do something pretty drastic. Lawler goes in to try and get it. The ball spills away. It's been all Blackburn. They've had all the footy. Now it's on the boot of Dorian, who tries to go into the, is that a mark? Yes, it is, just in the side the boundary.
Gee, I thought that might have been out in the full.
I thought so too. It was pretty close, but Charlie Oglethorpe gets the benefit of the doubt.
Like Jeremy Cameron, he was 2 feet in. What are you talking about?
So this is, I mean, it's a difficult kick, but if we could kick this, this might be the thing that lifts Blackburn.
Well, they need something to lift them.
Yeah.
So Oglethorpe it is. He's hard up against the boundary. Let's see what he goes with. Just a conventional drop part. He strikes it pretty well.
Oh, hit the post.
Bad luck, though. That was a fair shot from there.
So it's a fair effort, and if nothing else, it's Blackburn's fair score, but they still have a 6-goal deficit on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, trailing 37-1. We've had 13 minutes in this first term.
They've not had much luck against Balwyn this year, Blackburn. The Tigers seem to have their number. Chris Pendlebury to bring it back in. Little chip into the pocket. And Balwyn to build from here. The mark's been taken by Josh Walker on the outer side. Huge bomb forward towards the wing there, but it was cut off and marked really well by Blackburn. He's going to chip it inside. Gets it to Hubber. He's been held up there by Oakes. Runs around, trying to find the right boot and trying to find the corridor here. Mark's taken by Jason Reed. Quick play on situation there. Spearing ball inside forward 50. Lawler, the target. It was stolen from him by Charlie Oglethorpe. And he'll go back and have a retake of that shot earlier. He's got a better angle to negotiate. However, a little bit further out here, Charlie.
Much better ball movement there from Blackburn. Managed to Balwyn had overcommitted on that far side, which opened the fat side of the ground for Blackburn to exploit.
Trotting in, Charlie Oglethorpe to try and put Blackburn's first on the board, but it's a disappointing kick there, and it sails to the right, just the second behind for the Burners. And let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
That's one thing that the coaches mentioned in pre-game as well, just that quick ball movement whenever it's forward of centre. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that.
So it was better play by Blackburn there. They've got to look at the positives and try and get themselves a little bit of a, I suppose, a fillip going forward, and that was better ball movement, even though they didn't convert, as the ball goes out towards half-back through the hands there of Tillich on the ground, and there'll be a free kick. It's Sticker who comes up with the footy, but it's going to be a free kick Lawler, so he'll have a chance to go inside 50. 26 goals for the season. He won't have a shot from here, but he wobbly old kicks about half to full forward, falls into the hands of Oglethorpe. He's tackled.
Free kick, drop, and holding the ball.
Free kick for holding the ball. So umpire Ray Baird all across it. So here's Balwyn bringing it out again. But some better signs for Blackburn. That's the point I'm trying to make, is Cross gets it off here. They've got a bit of run going here. Nice work by Red. Bursts away, just got rid of it in the nick of time, and that's a huge tackle over there.
Once again. Another
holding the ball. So free kick's going to go the way of Blackburn.
Wise thought he was cleared in and off he went, but he was run down.
So Kate Answorth won that free kick. One of the best players of Blackburn's season, probably in the pole position for their BNF. So the kick across the ground came from Dorian. It was now marked by Zalek. Zalek towards the goal square, but there was no one really home. But at least it trickles over the boundary line there for Blackburn, and they have a stoppage inside forward 50.
just the last couple of minutes. They just got the ball back on their terms, but they've got to score now.
They have to make the most of this, don't they? So back into play. A little tap down there from Balwyn's ruckman. It's coming to the way of Hicks and now Sticker. Dunn was there in the centre of the ground to chop that one off. Good intercept mark taken by him. Blackburn to just try and use that careful ball movement that they've done pretty well throughout the season. We saw flashes of that in their round 2 match against South Croydon, which they lost, but still looked all right. Oglethorpe with the ball now. Gets it towards just a bit up from centre half forward. Jason Reed takes the mark.
They're still hesitant when they get the ball, though. They've got to move it quicker.
They're a little shell-shocked, aren't they? Bajea was the target, but it's Lawler out in front. Full-chested takes the mark. He's going to run round. Onto the right. Floating ball towards home. Can he get a captain's goal when they need it? Blackburn, no. Just fell short and came off hands, through for one behind. 17 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Balwyn are up 6-1-37 to Blackburn, just the 3 behinds.
So Balwyn to bring it back in, but a good little period by Blackburn. Unfortunately, though, they're not being able to convert on the scoreboard. Just those 3 behinds, but they're playing better as Urban gets it. A little chip across into the hands of Cunningham. He chips it across to a man out wide and Rid. So just going across the half-back line. Now they decide to go forward. Oh, huge hit in the middle of the grounds. Reed went in there and he got absolutely smashed. Did pretty well to get up, I thought, as the ball in the hands of Answorth gets a ball off. Now they'll go inside 50 yet again. This has been a good little pair, but that's not such a good kick, and Josh Walker takes an uncontested mark, and Balwyn will bring it out. Boy, that was a big hit. Chipped out wide, mark taken there by Tillig, I think it is. So Balwyn had things all their own way in the early stages, but Balwyn but Blackburn have come back. Up they fly, Chevy Anderson, almost a great mark. Ball on the ground, Hubbard's taken the tackle, and it's going to be a free kick.
Good tackle there by Sticker.
So free kick coming the way of Balwyn.
So here we go. Jordan Hart nearly intercepted that. Alex Urban was the target. They both watch it go over the boundary line. I tell you what, that was good leadership and good courage shown by Jason Reed in that marking contest, but they just got flustered and couldn't go forward with the inside 50.
8 all inside 50s at the moment, boys.
That's an interesting stat there. Thank you very much for that, Ray Baird, of course, one of our special comments men, along with Wayne Barasha today here at Bayswater Oval. Great tackle from that clearance by Nathan Oakes.
That's a solid tackle.
Yep. He's going to be feeling that as the young Mackenzie Dorian. But he gets up and resumes play here as we're just... Oh, no, he's bleeding. Blood rule. So, yeah, he's definitely feeling that. And it's coming from out behind the bandage there. So it might be a cut that's just been reopened. We'll get the boundary riders maybe to check in on that as we get a secondary ball up from that stoppage. 19 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's a 34-point lead to the Tigers. Up they go. Getting the tap down was Anderson. It was read well by Answorth, however. The kick was smothered, and it's fallen back there for Sam Hart. High ball towards the wing. The contest creates itself, and Pollux.
I like this bloke.
He's good, isn't he?
I reckon he's a star of the future, this young man.
So he kicks it towards centre half forward. Up they fly. It taps down towards Urban. Jaff ended up with it, and he's wrapped up. And we've got another stoppage on our hands.
Let's go down to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a quick one with Mackenzie Dorian. Massive cut through his eye region, and it's coming down all the way to his face. So, couple strapping for the trainers. He's already got the Joel Salad lookalike headband. So, back to you, boys.
So, a bit of pressure on his done, got dispossessed, but they've managed to get out of it out towards the far side of the grounds. And where's it gone now? It's over towards the boundary. Still in the umpire sees play on. Still close to the boundary. The player's diving on it all over the place. Eventually it comes out from Hart. Really untidy piece of play. Blackburn happy just to kick it away, but it's not a particularly good kick. And it's been marked. That was just an aimless kick, really. And Oakes, I think it is, he's taken the mark, and he'll go back.
Urban
it is, sorry. I saw the 3.
Put this shot on goal for Urban to the defence of the forward 50 of Balwyn. They harassed, chased, put so much pressure on the Blackburn defence, they just could not get it out in any decisive manner.
And so I can remember doing a Balwyn game, might have even been, couldn't have been the Queen's birthday game, but we did a game and Alex Urban was absolutely fantastic. Got himself in the votes. He's a really good player. Decides to go short. He felt it was too long. That's not a good kick. And it's been taken by Wright, so a bit of a waste. And Blackburn will be relieved because I'll be able to bring it out. That's a bit of a dangerous kick, though, into the hands of Bajaga. So they go forward again, kick it in the middle of the ground, but they've turned it over. That's happened a few times. Chevy Anderson got to take it. He didn't see the man behind him. Ball spills out, but they'll get a stoppage. I think the whistle's gone. I heard it. So the umpire says we'll have the ball up. No, in fact, a free kick. So Blackburn with the opportunity to go forward again.
Oh, no.
Little chip out wide, but they've turned it over. It's just a turnover fest at the moment. That'll be something Brendell will be addressing at quarter time. Ball comes inside in the hands of Haley. Gives it off. Not a particularly good ball to Hicks. So Lyle it was. Sorry, he went without it. Shot at goal and bounced on its head. Looked like it was going through. Now it's Oakes. Oakes gets it back inside. That should be a goal.
That's poor defence.
Jack Tillich it was. He just took the ball standing in the goal square unmarked and he rolls it through. That's just too easy.
There was 5 Blackburn players there and not even a Blackburn defensive player within 5 metres of the ball, Ray. You're not going to win games of football playing like that.
So 7-1, 43-3 behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 22 gone.
Back into the centre of Bayswater Oval. No tomorrow for one of these clubs. And at the moment, it looks like that's going to be Blackburn, unfortunately, that we've got that summation so early. Bajaya trying to fight his way through for the clearance. Gets the handball back to Ainsworth. He now goes to Hart. This is Jordan back into the centre of the ground. Mark taken now by his brother, Sam. And inside 50 for Blackburn here. But there's a free kick, push out, and it's going to go the way of Balwyn. I think it's Chris Pendlebury to take this one. Searching for the handball option. No, he's going to go the kick now. Comes outside of 50. Good little spoil there for Blackburn by Lawler. Kick along the ground, however, for Balwyn. Counters that. And it's towards the boundary line there. Trying to pick it up was Tyler Faulkner. And he's not going to be successful in that endeavour. Back into play here. 23 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So we're in time on. And already Balwyn 43, Blackburn 3. 40-point lead to the Tigers. And it looks like it'll be around that region when they go in at quarter time. But from this clearance, Bajaya. Kick towards centre-half forward. Aaron Britton standing in the hole. Good intercept marker. He is. Hands it off. Kick forward for for Balwyn. In fact, Lyle could have been the target there. Falls to ground. Just scooped up by Haley. And now the handballs come to cross. And it's Wise. Flying shot towards the pocket. Haley with a diving attempt there to mark it. But nothing doing. And it's going to be a throw-in in the pocket of Balwyn's forward 50.
What Brenton Sanderson has done, he's moved all his forwards up the field and he's got Haley playing right on the goal line. And one-on-one, you'd back Haley most times.
He's a very creative player, very skilled, of course. Charlie Haley gets all the accolades that he deserves. Now, from that stoppage, it's a high tackle, and Alex Urban is going to get another shot at goal this time.
Tell you what, he started well, Alex Urban, in the midfield.
Indeed. He's
everywhere at the moment.
Good old Keith.
He's adept at racking up disposals. Of course, he averages 27 disposals a game, 49 in a round 8 match against Park Orchards earlier in this year.
I think last year, Jared, I think he averaged 36 possessions a game last year.
That is ridiculous. So odd to say that 27 disposals on average is down on form. He's not down on form with that kick, though. Ball won't get that 8th. And it is looking, well, it's looking a lot like last night, as you said, Besto. Not to let's go to Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yeah, Mackenzie Dorian, a.k.a. Joel Selwood, has just come back onto the ground. So he's got the double strapping now, boys, so you won't miss him.
Well, we didn't miss him at the start of the game either, Blake.
So Blake wheeling out the one-liners. He's available for weddings, parties and bar mitzvahs. Call 0800 Blake as the ball goes up. Up they fly. Chevy Anderson knocks it out. Now it's in the hands of, well, it was really in their hands. It was a tap from Vajaga to a teammate. Surely that's holding the ball.
It has to be.
In the back.
Yeah, that's very liberal from the umpire. He's almost playing the pity rule, I think.
What?
And now it's gone. Oh, it's all over the place. Markovsky gets it out wide. Now Balwyn go forward. Can they get a late one in this first term? In the hands there of Quinn. 33 goals for him this season. Now it's out to Markovsky, who gets it forward. Down in front of the scoreboard. And there's the kick inside 50. Now there's nobody there. Absolutely nobody there at all. And it's gone through for a minor score. So that was a bit of a waste, really, to be honest.
I tell you what, it looked like Markovsky was calling for that ball, and he was completely obliged by the Blackburn opponent.
25 minutes gone, and it's, well, they brought up to 50. Half century raised the bat. 8-2-50 to 3 behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Oh, dear. So we're going to have a kick in here for Blackburn. Let's see if they can escape their defence this time, because the forward line pressure from Balwyn has been elite early on. With the kick in, I think it's Hart. He gets it to Jaff with a short chip. They've not completely escaped yet, Blackburn. And another chip there. Dorian comes over the top. He took the mark there. He juggled. It was a dangerous kick. It was lucky that Dorian had the skills to reel it in. And another kick out wider still. Blackburn just chipping it around, trying to find that ball control, trying to settle, get the ball in their hands a little bit, get a feel for the leather. And Jaff's kick, that's going to find Jackson Wright, friend of the Friday podcast, of course. Left foot ball onto the wing. And the mark's been taken out there for Blackburn as they are looking really unsure. There's not much movement up the ground either, so they are looking a bit shell-shocked. The kick's going to go backwards. And now Dorian's the target. Well, coming across there was Tillich. He slammed it into the hands of a teammate. That teammate's Charlie Haley, but he's just missed to the left.
Geez, they got out of jail there, Blackburn. That was disastrous.
Grand larceny.
So Balwyn with a missed opportunity. Haley's missed a couple actually that he
Yes.
would normally kick as Hart brings it out. Nonetheless, I suppose it doesn't really, well, you never say it doesn't matter, but when you're 48 points up and you're not even at quarter time, you can probably get a bit of a reprieve as Hart takes it. Trapped in their back 50 at the moment, deep in their back 50. Go forward, son, just kick it. Now he puts it on the boot, goes out towards Giarth, who can't take it. It's been marked over there by a Balwyn player. And we'll have, he looks a bit winded over there as well, so we'll have a ball up. So it can't be a lot of time to go. We've had 28 minutes in this term. Up it goes. No one gets hands on it. Lyle was there. He tried to pick it up, and there is the siren. Well, it's an absolutely unbelievable scoreline out here at Bayswater Oval. It's finals footy, but it doesn't feel like it. And Balwyn lead at the break. The first break, 8 goals, 3, 51 to 3 behind. So plenty of goal kickers. Jared, tell us about them.
Yep, thank you very much, Basto. The only multiple goal scorer so far for Balwyn is Nathan Oakes, and then we've got singles to Urban, Goebbels, Haley, Tillig, Quinn and Smith. So that is a lot of goals. And, of course, no goals kicked for Blackburn, obviously.
Inside 50s, 12 to Balwyn, 10 to Blackburn.
So very efficient going forward. Well, Balwyn will take you out to the break for quarter time. It's Balwyn 8-3-51 leading Blackburn 3 behinds in this elimination final from Bayswater Oval. Thank you very much for joining us on an Eastern FM 98.1. The Facebook and YouTube streams will be back after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Bayswater Oval. I have to be honest, I'm a little bit shell-shocked out here. I'm standing here sort of wondering if I'm in some sort of twilight zone or something, because this is a final, and we won't call it over, but it's going to be very, very hard for Blackburn to come back. They have been absolutely blown away in this first quarter. 8 goals, 8:51 to 3 behinds. Let's have a chat to the boys and see if we can find a way back into this game. Brash, what do they need to do to get at least stop the rot, I suppose, for a little period?
Well, I'm going to go with I'm not going to steal my friend's analogy here, but the term having to chip away and work your way back into the contest, I don't reckon it's going to work for Blackburn here, because they can't afford to be working their way back slowly into the contest, because Balwyn are already smelling blood and they're going to go for the kill in the second quarter. I just sort of feel like that, 12 inside 50s to 10, right? And I just think that's a real anomaly when you look at the scores in there.
Well, it was 10-2 at one stage. So Blackburn did have the ball inside their forward 50 later in that quarter. But the old story is, when you get it in there and you got the ball, you got to hit the scoreboard. And there was probably 2, maybe even 3 goals that they really should have kicked. And it would have been a lot different scoreline. But no, I don't know how they're going to get back in. They've just got
because they can't afford to. Like I said, they can't. They need. They're going to have to try and deny Balwyn possession. And I don't see how they're going to be able to do that, Brett, when they're getting beaten soundly across most positions around the court.
They keep turning it over whenever they've got it.
Because they're under pressure.
Yeah, they are. Balwyn's putting enormous pressure. When they do turn it over, Balwyn inevitably goes straight down the other end. And, of course, they've got plenty of options down there, likes of Goebbels, Haley, all getting their hands on it. Bang, goal. I mean, it's just, I'll be fascinated to, hopefully the boys have gone, and I don't know if Brendan Allen will be up for a chat, but get the word from the Blackburn
I wouldn't be going anywhere near Brendan Allen for a chat.
No, but you'd just be interested to know what he's saying, because
he might not want to chat.
I mean, it's quarter time in this game, and it's 48 points.
To give Balwyn their due, they've been very sharp on their disposal, very efficient, very clean, and they're just running on top of the ground. They've got the legs for days by the looks of it.
They've been very sharp because the opposition have let them be very sharp. You only play as well as the opposition do. Now, Blackburn, they just got to try and tighten up in all areas and try and win the football. And when they do win the football, use it properly. And as Brash said, maybe not even go to the outside. Bite the bullet, go down the corridor. Okay, you're 40 points down now. If we get beaten by 50 points at the end of the day, fair enough.
All right, well, let's go down to the boundary with Blake. Blake, who have you got?
He's got no audio.
You got no. Have you got me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. We got Blackburn senior coach here, Brendan Allen here. Brendan, disappointing quarter. You talk about that you panicked and rushed a bit. Do you want to explain a bit about that?
I think just it must have been the nerves of the final, but we just gave him the ball back just with silly errors, drop marks, stuff that we haven't, just fun with the game, and they preyed on. They're a good team. We got 3 quarters, so we just got to go to work.
Yeah, you talk about this switch. There was no switches that quarter. You look for the outside kind of ball movement switch but Balwyn's been doing.
That was one for the game. I think the boys just got tunnel vision and it was really good, and it just forced us to kick down the line. But we've got to get some change of angle on the ball and try and get around them.
Too easy. Hopefully get back on the winners list, mate. All the best for the game.
Thank you.
Thanks, Blake. Apologies for the one or two little technical difficulties, but we're back in the middle of the ground. What can Blackburn do? Will they get the switch going? Have they got some other secret thing?
Just a quick score. Frenchy Gully 3-2, Oakley Districts 3-3, quarter time.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And I've got another one here. South Belgrave leading Montrose 139 to 128.
Oh, close. All right, so let's get underway for the second quarter. Here's Jared Beanlands.
We've got the close one here, boys. And up we go.
Perhaps we should duck out to South Belgrave.
Can we move all the equipment or... Lee is sounding a little dubious about that, our man on the sound. But we have a secondary ball up here from that stoppage. And tap down there for Blackburn. Roving it here, no one just yet. Urban scoops it up. He's the one with clean hands. Gets it off to Pollock. High ball. Who's going to be brave enough to stand out of this one? Well, it's a free kick, or it's a mark. It is a mark, so that's a good job there by Josh Wise. His kick, he kicked it into the back of two players, so Blackburn's going to feast on this one. A bit of a wobbly kick forward, however. Lawler's down there to try and provide some spark up forward. Cute little kick there to Horsnail, and he's marked it. Copped a bit of attention, but he was good enough to hold on to it, and he'll go back to try and score Blackburn's first.
Horsnail has to kick this goal. They need the first goal in this quarter, Blackburn, to get some confidence.
Absolutely. He's kicked 12 goals for the year, Ben Horsnail. He played very well in the reserves grand final against Rowville for Blackburn last year, I seem to remember. He's going to trot in, kicks it on the right. It looks pretty straight. Blackburn get there first within the first minute of action here in the second quarter of the elimination final. They needed that one, that's for sure. And let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
I was listening into Brendan Sanderson at quarter time, so perfect timing with that Blackburn goal. But he was really impressed with the start, a fantastic start. The structure holding up really well, and he wants them to continue bringing that ruthless attitude in this second quarter, continue to bring the pressure up forward and in defence.
Thank you, Josh. As a wise man once said, every good comeback's got to start somewhere. So that's just the start that Blackburn wanted, just to give them a bit of a lift, if nothing else. So 51-9, up they go. Harriet was who got the hit out that time, I think. It's fallen down there for the man in the bandages. He goes right across the other side to Giarth, bit of space in the half-back line. He's one guy I mentioned before. I think he could really spark them if he starts to get forward. That's a nice kick. Mark tuck in by Dorian. Looks like he should be going to hospital. Back into Giarth. It's a bit of a playing kick-to-kick, these two at the moment. Now can they go forward? Just taking a bit of time. Giarth goes for a bit of a run. Now he decides to go. Can he hit a target? It's a one-on-one out there. Beautiful mark. That's great work taken by Bajega. Cries from the Blackburn faithful for a free kick, but nothing doing. But it's still marked nonetheless, and they can go inside 50. Bajega wheels around. There's the kick. Now who's underneath this one? There's plenty of Balwyn defenders back. Bit of a lone wolf and Hudson. He gets it. He snaps it across the goal. But he's overcooked it a wee bit. Calls for a free kick that was pushing in the goal square. But the umpire said nothing doing, and it's gone out of bounds in the right forward pocket. Let's go back to the boundary with Josh Ward.
Just as well, Paddy Lawler is the deepest forward for Blackburn. We've seen that he can bring Blackburn back into contest in the forward line, so keep an eye on him.
He kicked 4 goals in the second quarter against South Croydon back in round 2. Let's see if he can repeat that performance and get them back on the board here. Urban takes it away very cleanly from that stoppage. Bit of a dangerous kick there to Pendlebury, who was good enough to mark it. Gets it off to Pollux, and now Jamie Ridd to run onto it. Sorry, that's a Markovski, in fact. So he kicks it forward there for Balwyn. Bouncing ball in front of Goebbels. He was tackled, though. Great challenge by Blackburn. Wrestle on the ground. And it's going to be a ball up by the looks of it. I thought the ball spilt free there.
Well done by Dunn.
Yeah,
very well done.
Very good tackle. Goebbels was off.
So they're tightening up here, Blackburn. Answorth roves that tap. And a good mark going up there. He's been paid it there, Lewis Downey. No, he hasn't. I thought I heard the whistle. That's false information there. So Hicks, he gets it off to Cunningham. Kick forward towards centre half forward there for Balwyn. Scooped up. And it was Oakes. Gets it to a teammate. Kicks to the pocket. And a bouncing ball will find the boundary line by the looks of it. And we'll have a throw in there.
Yeah, it was a bit stiff. I thought that could have been paid, that mark.
I really did think I heard a whistle, but might have been my imagination. Let's go to the boundary line.
There was a whistle paid. I think the umpire might have actually gone a bit too early. He didn't properly lay hands on the mark, did Downey.
That's unfortunate there. So Answorth gets another clearance there, and out to Dorian. Good mark taken on the outer side by Horsnail, and his kick was just a little too wide there, and it's out in the full. Balwyn to take the free kick through. Former AFL player Josh Walker. He steps around his man there, using all of his experience and guile indeed. Good word there, Brash. And I seem to remember we've used that for Rhett Jordan there, as we've got to get another ball up.
Yeah, find some new words, Brash.
So up we go. Little tap down there by Lyle in the ruck, but it's read well by Blackburn. Great pressure, however, by Balwyn. Alex Urban ends up with it. He's just fighting through it.
Oh.
Dorian tackled. Dorian stuck it, though. Took him down, and that's holding the ball.
He's had a good opening to the second quarter, Dorian. He's got busy and got himself involved in a lot of contests.
So took the words out of my mouth, Brash. I was going to say, if anyone's trying to fire them up, it's him, because he's really come out and playing.
No, not with that kick.
Having a little hot streak, but we put the mockers on him because he's kicked it. Not a particularly good one. Back inside, Bowen Smith takes the mark, and they're off through the corridor again. Nice work there by Britain, I think it was. Now they go forward. Can they get a mark? It's about a 2-on-2 over there, and Blackburn managed to get back, and they're happy just to see it out of bounds. So that's how quickly what happens. Blackburn will turn the ball over, and Balwyn can get them on the turnover. They were lucky on that occasion, but it's happened a few times. So 51-9. We've had nearly 6 minutes gone on this second term. Up it goes. And what's the umpire paying here? Free kick going to Blackburn by the looks, and a chance to clear the line.
Push out there.
So little chip out of defence there. Goes to Jordan Hart. And little devoid of options at this point there, Blackburn. So they're going to try and switch it up. He sees a free man out there. Mark taken. And Blackburn will chip their way out of defence as well. Well, Bajea was the target, but Alex Urban is everywhere. And he's taken that mark. He's going to send them back inside forward 50. Oh, good effort there. Dorian, who is equally everywhere, has intercepted that really skillfully. Little chip. Finds a teammate. That's Answorth. And his kick finds Lawler, who's worked his way up the ground a little bit. And it's a spearing ball there. Great vision to Oglethorpe. He's surrounded by Tigers, however. They smell blood, close in, and Josh Walker will take them away with a handball out to a teammate. Spiralling ball towards centre half forward. They crash the pack. Ball falls to ground. Markovsky and Quinn lay the tackle. And they're going to hold it inside their forward 50 of Balwyn. So just a quick check on the scoreboard there. 7 minutes gone. 8-3-51 to Blackburn. 1-3-9. That's Balwyn leading, of course. And the tap down, that's very good by Blackburn. They found Zalek, and his kick goes out towards the outer side again. Balwyn challenging. It's been picked up there by Wilson. Good little chain of handballs now. Finds Gottliebson, and he was caught holding the ball. So it's going to be Dorian to take us away.
So Mackenzie Dorian, a little short kick. I think it bounced, but they were lucky because Answorth got the handball back to Dorian. He said, thank you very much. He didn't have a lot of room, should I say, to work in, but he manages to get a kick and find a target. So Blackburn just controlling it now, just out on the far side. Not too much to kick to. As Balwyn just get their marking right on point. Now it's forcing them to go backwards. This is better from Balwyn. Just putting a bit of pressure on after a hot start by Blackburn. Now the ball on the ground. Now Walker gets a handball off. Little handball off too from, that's Cross, I think, over there. Far side of the grounds. Now the kick forward going towards the inside 50, but it's off hands. And it'll go out of bounds over on the far side. So 51-9, 8-3-51 to 1-3-9.
Well, at least Blackburn have won the first 8 minutes of the quarter.
They have.
6 points to nil.
Got to take the small positives.
That's exactly right.
So Harry against Lyle on the ruck, won by Blackburn as they come out. That's a good kick. There's a chance now in the hands of Oglethorpe. Here they go inside 50, and the mark is taken by Lawler, I think that is.
Excellent kick there from Bajea out of defence. Found space for Oglethorpe to run onto the ball, who delivered a lovely pass into Paddy Lawler.
So that's showing some good signs here, Blackburn, and Lawler will go back and try and kick the second goal for the Blackburn side. So he's just taking a bit of time. The former, is he not the captain at the moment, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I was going to say, I knew he was a captain at one stage, but so here's Paddy Lawler. He's been at the club for a long time, one of the stalwarts of the Burners. Comes in, should kick this, but I don't want to put the mockers on him. There's the kick, struck it, okay, he's got it. So this is a much better start to this quarter by Blackburn. If they'd started like this in the first term, they might be in a far better position, but Lawler gets his first of the day. 27th of the season, and Blackburn get the second of this quarter, And they're doing okay, 8-3-51 to 2-3-15 Bendigo Bank score, but after 9.5 minutes.
Brash, one of the reasons they're getting back into it is Mackenzie Dorian down that back
Yeah.
line. He has been absolutely outstanding in this quarter.
But they're doing what Brendan Allen asked them to do, is to try and stretch Balwyn again and try and look for the switch. And they've done that quite nicely on occasions throughout this quarter.
Yep.
Dorian is off the ground momentarily at the moment, so Cross is going to fight for it. He received the handball from Smith, spilt it, and Smith gets it back towards centre half forward. Great effort there by Markovski, but standing underneath it was right.
That's a gutsy mark.
Yeah, that's a mark of the day contender, I reckon.
Yeah.
So Blackburn now to chip it out of defence. It's gone through the hands of Hart and now into Dunn. And they're using that outer side once again, and they seem to like doing that. Blackburn forcing Balwyn across. Good kick down the ground, and they're controlling the ball once again. They've settled well. Searching for options again, and they're going to just chip it back. Blackburn, well, he's played on there. Hazhaba is in trouble. Urban tackles, and that's holding the ball. And there's the forward line pressure once again for Balwyn.
It's like Blackburn what they've probably had to do, Ray, is play keepings off, as you wouldn't. But you can only do it for so long, and you have to be extremely accurate and extremely fit to play that game.
Well, the thing is, that last word you said, you've got to be quick. If you're going to chip the ball around or switch, you've got to do it on the first instinct.
So Alex Urban already got 1 goal for the game. 12 goals, now 13 goals for the year, in fact. One of the stars for Balwyn. 11.5 minutes gone. Can Balwyn get their first goal of the second quarter?
Yeah.
Urban makes sure of it. And they pull that lead back further away now. It's at 42 points.
Yeah, well, look, like you said, Ray, you've got to hit the target and you've got to hit it first time. You can't muck around when you're 40 points down. Everything's got to be pinpoint. And unfortunately, pinpoint, you can't be 100% pinpoint every time.
Rash, when you're going from the boundary and you're chipping it back in the defensive 50 to the corridor, you must hit your target.
I've got some quick scores around the grounds. Baronia 5-3-33 to Templestowe, just the one behind, and Montrose and South Belgrave 2-3-15 apiece.
Oh, so Alex Urban gets his second. I reckon he's close to best on at the moment. He's having a storming game. Now the ball comes inside. They'll shift it forward through Hart. Now it's a little back from Jarth. He's put his Hart back under pressure. You can see the pressure that Balwyn are applying, and they're just handballing it to players not necessarily in a better position as Will Oglethorpe takes possession out on the far side. So 42 points the margin. Hesitation from Oglethorpe, and in the end he decides to go backwards, much to the annoyance of some of the spectators. So Hinkley it is. Haven't called his name too much. In fact, that might be the first time. Hinkley goes right across the far side of the ground. Through hands. Ball bouncing around over there. Can they get hands on it? They have. So here they come through Faulkner. Faulkner goes down the line to a one-on-one contest off hands, and it's gone out of bounds over there on the far side. And so Blackburn at least have some territory.
And that's why Chris Pendlebury is one of the best fullbacks in the group. Discipline.
Yep.
Absolute discipline there.
So to be fair, it was probably a low percentage play, but Pendlebury did well as the ball comes in. One there by number 21 is Reed. And what's happened here? Free kick or mark? Take your pick.
Yeah, you're right. Take your pick there, Brett. Hudson.
So Hudson it is. So Sam Hudson will go back and line up.
He's had problems settling himself into a senior lineup, Hudson. Absolutely outstanding junior, but has really struggled at the senior level to hold his spot. But this guy is a seriously talented footballer.
He's got a bit of Clayton Oliver about him, hasn't he, with the look, as he gets the kick on the way. And I think he's got it. He has.
And that's why.
Right on cue. So Hudson gets his first of the day. Another one for Blackburn. And, well, I tell you what, they've certainly won this quarter quite comfortably so far. 9-3-57, plays 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've had 14 minutes.
Blackburn have kicked 3 goals from 4 inside 15 entries this quarter.
And that's a huge difference there from the first quarter. Their efficiency is a little bit back up now. So back into the centre of the ground, as we've said. Elimination final action here from Bayswater Oval. Thank you for listening to Eastern FM at 98.1 and watching on the YouTube and Facebook streams. Bajaya wrapped up from that clearance. It was Wise who did that. Back up they go. Anderson to get the tap down. Oakes was there, but Bergea, clever little tap there, and Blackburn will win the clearance. Coming up to meet it, though, was Cunningham, and Blackburn win it back through Bergea. Great tackle, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of Oakes. So Nathan Oakes told to go back behind his line there by the umpire. And now it's Balwyn's turn to be a little bit stuck for options, but he's going to just go forward, trust the talls, into the pocket. Tillig is there. He's taken it. That's a great mark by Jack Tillig. Safe hands. And he's not going to go for goal. He's going to chip it into the pocket. Bowen Smith was there, nearly took it. Markovsky's back up, and he's been wrapped up by Blackburn.
That was a low percentage play there.
Yeah. Goals have been kicked from where he was. Go back and kick a goal.
So tapping it down was Anderson, but it's only gone as far as Zalek. He's twisting and turning. He's dodged a couple there to get the kick outside of defensive 50 for the Burners. Nearly a good mark taken on the outer side. But Baldwin's pressure. They're going to turn it over again. This time, Urban once again. High kick inside forward 50. The Flyers went up. It's spilt to ground level. Being knocked over there, I think, was Oglethorpe. And advantage paid. Jackson Wright to take it. Marches through the centre. His is a great kick. Inside forward 50. It's been marked. And going to slam home the goal. Lewis Downey. Blackburn get another. So they're going to move to 4-3-27. Now a 30-point margin for Balwyn. 9-3-57. 16 minutes gone in this second quarter. And Blackburn they've done more than settle.
They've shown a lot of ticker here in that opening quarter of an hour here, Blackburn. They could have easily laid down and let Balwyn take complete control of this contest, but they're showing true character and a bit of courage here.
Well, you can just see the change in the confidence level, can't you? I mean, they've got a couple of goals and they're running through that midfield now, and they've just got a real spark about their play. So what a good little fight back this has been. A good response. Brendan Allen will be feeling much happier as Cross takes it for Balwyn. Gets it. Oh, I tell you what, Giarth has been, no, it's not Giarth, it's Dorian who got thrown to the ground. Gets the free kick. Now he goes into the pocket to an unmarked man. And just as we were heaping praise on the Balwyn side, they're in it again. So this is quite a long kick.
Ben Horsnell?
Can't see who it is. It might be Ben Horsnell over there.
It's a fair kick if he's going to have a go at this.
But as we've spoken about today, there is no breeze, but it is quite a distance, so he'll have to strike it pretty well to get it home. He's kicked one today, Ben Horsnell.
Oh, I think it's Horsnell.
Well, we'll say it is, just for the moment, until he turns around. Here's Horsnell. There's the kick. How does it look? It's going to be a bit short, I think, and it's going to be not marked on the line, but it's been knocked through. Still alive, in fact. Can someone get a crumb? No, they can't. And eventually it has gone through for a minor score, so probably just a little bit on the edge of the range there, but it's a point nonetheless. And Balwyn lead 9-3-57 to 4-4-28. Benny, go back scoreboard. We've had 18 or nearly 18 minutes.
So, good challenge there from the kick in. Heaton it was, but he's given away the free kick. So, they've not given it back cleanly. The umpire was lenient. So, Josh Pollock to take the free kick.
Very lenient.
Yeah, that, I think, by the book was a 25-metre penalty. But here we are. Pack flies. It's come straight off hands, and that was well read by Oakes. Got it to Wise. Charlie Haley's got a couple to beat inside 50, so the boundary line was his friend. And he's happy to have the stoppage.
I reckon he did the wrong thing there, Wise. There was the handball on. Yep. Could have opened the corridor there. Took the wrong option.
18.5 minutes gone. 57-28. Blackburn fighting their way back in. Balwyn have looked a little less certain of themselves this quarter. Bergea with the clearance. But the mark's been taken by Pollux.
He's playing real well here. He hasn't done much wrong so far, Pollux.
He's often very clean with the ball. Let's see what he can do this time. He's got Anderson down the line, and he was unchallenged in that mark. Kick and a half from goal. So there's the half kick. Nearly an intercept there by Blackburn. They're going to just fight for it at ground level. It bounces out towards Hudson. His kick was a little off centre there. Ridd challenged. And now Tillig gets it out to Hicks, back to Tillig. Handball over the top. Found Wise. He's hard up against the boundary line. Good smother there by Blackburn. They're applying the pressure well. Anderson fights for it at ground level. Hard thing for a big man to do. Urban fires it out. Pollux is there, and he's been run down by Heaton. Oh, he just got the kick away as he went over, but the umpire said it wasn't good enough. So Sam Heaton will take the free kick. Bit of a spring in the step of the Burners now. but they've been held up. Balwyn have come back really well, and it was a really messy kick inside forward 50, cut off immediately by Jamie Ridd. He was wrapped up, and it's a free kick there, so he's going to take Balwyn out of defence.
So the Booners be disappointed with that. They had an opportunity, but they've wasted it. So here they come again. Goebbels puts it on the boot, finds a target as well, and they'll go inside 50 again, although it's out. What a great kick. And it's going to go out of bounds over there. They had plenty of time, probably didn't realise how much time they had.
I almost think they've become a little bit Charlie Haley-centric in this second quarter.
Yeah.
In fact, and Charlie's leading to the wrong parts of the ground. He should be leading into the corridor.
Agreed, yeah. I mean, there was no, the ball went right out wide. I mean, it was pointless. They should have gone right down the guts, really, on that occasion. Didn't happen, though. There is ball on the ground. Trying to pick it up was Urban. Now it's back in the hands of Gottliebsen. They turned it over, so he's Blackburn, and that's going to be a free kick.
Yeah, high tackle first.
So poor old Sam Hart nearly lost his head as they chip it out wide. Mark taken out there by his brother Jordan Hart. So two sets of brothers, the Oglethorpes and the Harts today.
Yeah, it's a real family affair down at Blackburn.
The mother's probably the head trainer or something. As the ball is just chipped out wide again. So they were just retaining possession for the moment, Blackburn, as they try and find a way through. Mark taken there by Answorth. He's done okay today. So Kate Answorth trying to find a target. Does pretty comfortably too, and Will Oglethorpe. It's this next kick though. Well, in fact, it won't be because they've decided to go backwards. They just can't get the ball forward at the moment. Looking for a way through. They chip into the corridor. It's a dangerous ball bouncing around. Can they retain possession? It's been turned over though. Oakes brings it away for Blackburn, and he thumps it straight down the middle of the ground. One-on-one. It's going to be a free kick, I think. Which way is it going to go? Haley's going to concede the free kick. He's appealing. He's got the arms
umpire
extended.
did signal the wrong way, and the Blackburn crowd went wild.
So it's a free kick to Blackburn.
Ooh, and that was it cut off immediately there by Quinn. So Balwyn will go forward here. Looping handball over to Urban. He's going to have a shot for his third. Is it going to be there? It's going to just fall short into the goal square and done. Takes the relieving mark for Blackburn. Hard in your mouth stuff there if you're Burners, because another goal for Balwyn could just mean things slip away a little bit. But Dorian has the ball now on the outer side, kicks it across the wing. Good mark taken down the line. Safe hands of Paddy Lawler, the captain. Inside forward 50, Answorth. Is he far enough? Is he too far out to score? He thinks so. He's chipped it, and Heaton has taken the mark in the pocket.
Very lucky that he hit his target, because if he'd have got rid of that ball straight away, Blackburn had a guy running into the goal square.
Sam Heaton has fought his way into the senior side from the reserves. 13 goals in the reserves this year.
He needs to kick this goal, Heaton.
It would be his first goal for the year in the senior side.
Well, that's not a good omen, is it?
Well, we'll see. Maybe it will be first time lucky for Sam Heaton. Jesus. Shot on goal. Oh, it was such a difficult angle there for Heaton, but he's made it good. And Blackburn are fighting their way back into this contest. Let's go to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
And it was... Whoops, there's a couple of errors there. It was Sam Heaton that was running into the open goal as well. So either way, if Answorth did release that ball earlier, it was going to be Heaton on the end of it. But good play from Blackburn.
5-1 in this quarter by Blackburn. A very, very good reply.
Yep. Well, 23-point margin, which we wouldn't have foreseen at quarter time. No, it's really brought this game alive. I mean, they've still got a bit of work to do, but boy, it's been a terrific response from the Burners, which is great to see as they win the ball with out of the middle. They get it forward, but it's in the hands of number 44. That's McCoskey. Now it's back in the hands there of Wright, at least, out towards the far side. If they can get another one before half-time, as Oglethorpe goes down the line, but that's not a great kick, and it's been turned over.
I don't know how Brenton Sanderson will be feeling at the moment, but he'd be feeling disappointed that they've let an opportunity to put that game away, I reckon.
Without a doubt, without a doubt.
So they go down the line, but there's a whistle, and there is going to be a free kick one way or the other here. What's the umpire paid? It's going to go to the Burners again, so they're getting a little bit of almost a rub of the green type situation here in the hands of Dunn. Michael Dunn chips it inside, finding plenty of spare targets too. Balwyn have sort of just dropped off, maybe just lost their intensity. Now it's gone right across the other side of the ground. Mark taken there by Hubbard. Hubbard goes down the line. Look at this. Control. In fact, on that occasion, the mark wasn't taken. Looked like it was going to be. It's in the hands of Pendlebury, and he's been caught, I think, for holding the ball. So it's getting a bit willing in there too. There's the Burners sense that Balwyn is starting to lose a bit of control, and it's going to be a free kick to Blackburn.
Quick score check in Division 3. It's Oakley District's up 42-36 over Ferntree Gully. Could be an upset brewing there as Blackburn chip it back into defence and back out again. Jordan Hart ends up with it once more. Little chip into the corridor. Had to be perfect, but Bajay spilt it, and now Balwyn could hurt them on the rebound here. Urban, little chip to the man in space, and the mark's been taken. And I think this might be Quinn.
No, I think it might be Oakes.
Oh, it might be Oakes. Yeah, you're right there, Brash.
Just one chip too many. That's all there was. They should have kept it coming around the boundary.
Tell you what, he's got tree trunks for legs, this Oakes. Fair dinkum.
Oakes for legs, even.
Yeah, you could be right there too.
So coming in, Nathan Oakes. 2 goals already today in the dying minutes of the second quarter, just to put one back for Balwyn, and he's not done that. Ooh. So just the one behind. They moved to 9-4-58. Blackburn 5-4-34. And Blackburn will bring it back into play.
So 25 minutes played. So we've probably still got a good 4 or 5 minutes to go because there's been a few goals in this term as Blackburn just has sent it straight down the middle of the ground. Godliebson uncontested. Easy mark. Not a great option, to be honest. The last thing they want to do is concede one, and they may well do, as Jeff Goebbels takes the mark just in front of Giarth. He's a fair way out, though, so I don't think he's going to be able to go from home.
Oh, well, we know Jeff can...
Unless he wheels out the torp.
Well, he's more than capable with the big torp.
Behind us, after the siren, too, he does that all the time, doesn't he, Bresh?
So
especially on half times.
The siren has gone, so does he roll out the barrel here?
Well, he has to.
He
has to. I don't think he's going to go with the DP, though.
So it looks like he's lining up for the drop pump, but he's got a decent boot on him, so if anyone could kick it from here, it'll be Jeff Goebbels. Let's see how he goes. He'll be kicking from probably just on the arc, just in front of Giarth, and that's a shocker.
Oh, well.
That's out of bounds on the full.
He's 1 out of 2 now.
So Goebbels can't add to the score, and half-time out here at Bayswater Oval, and it was Balwyn who, they let Blackburn back, or Blackburn got back, whichever way you want to look at it, and the half-time score 9-4-58 to 5-4-34. Here's Jared with the goal kickers.
For Balwyn, we've got 2 multiple goal scorers. Alex Urban with 1 in each quarter. Nathan Oakes with 2 in the first. And down the line here for the singles, we've got Jeff Goebbels, Charlie Haley, Jack Tillig, Daniel Quinn and Bowen Smith. Only single goal scorers for Blackburn, all coming in the second term, of course. Sam Hudson, Patrick Lawler, Lewis Downey, Ben Horsnail and Sam Heaton.
So 24-point margin at half-time, at least out here at Bayswater Oval. Blackburn have done very, very well to get themselves back into this game. Will it continue in the third quarter? Well, we'll find out soon. But before that, we'll bring you the half-time show with all the wrap from the first half.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Halftime show out here at Bayswater Oval for the Eastland match of the round between Balwyn and Blackburn. The Burners made their way back into this contest in the second quarter. They trailed 5-4-34 to Balwyn, 9-4-58. The Tigers, 8 goals in that first quarter, but 5 in the second for Blackburn. Just repeating the major goal kickers. Nathan Oakes with 2 alongside Alex Urban, whilst for Blackburn, all singles. Josh Ward here alongside Blake Tennant and Matt Spider-Lee. Spider, I'll go to you first. It was just all Balwyn in that first quarter, but again, as I mentioned, Blackburn made their way back into the contest, really up the intensity, didn't they?
They certainly did. Look, in the first quarter, it was Balwyn everywhere, particularly in the first 10 minutes of the game, where Blackburn just could not get their hands on the ball, just out of the middle, absolutely smashed. And that was because of the guys like Alex Urban, Bowen Smith were just simply getting first use of the ball. Oakes was doing some terrific things, finishing with some goals. Haley was providing havoc down in the forward line. So the forward line was just, providing a focal point for them. And the defensive part of Blackburn's game was just falling apart. They were under tremendous pressure because of the forward line pressure of the Balwyn forwards. They were pushing up the ground. They were really cramping the defence of Blackburn, making them turn the ball over. Really putting the clamps on. But then when those 8 goals were kicked, we thought, well, how far the Tigers? But in reality, it was in reverse in the second term. It was the intensity lifted from Blackburn. They started to get their running game going from the half-back line. Guys like, Dunn started to play well. Jackson Wright took some really important marks and some great link-up through the middle of the ground because guys like Paddy Layla, Macadorian, was getting busy through the midfield, starting to get some really important touches. And Ainsworth was starting to get his hands on the ball, through the middle of the ground, and they were starting to create forward line opportunities and starting to create havoc up in their own forward line and put the Tigers' defence under pressure. And guys like Hudson was starting to hit the scoreboard. Horsnall was starting to take some really important marks and kick the goal. So they had their players starting to have a presence in the game, and that's what they really needed. And they lifted their effort, they lifted the intensity, and that's why they're back in this game, outscoring the Tigers. They've really just lost their team focus at the moment, the Tigers. They've really got to get back to it. We spoke about the fundamentals at the start of the game, and that's what Brenton Sanderson will be reiterating. Be attacking, defend, but also have that mindset that when you attack, you defend, but you've also got to be aggressive as well. But you've got to be a good team player. You've got to know where you have to be. It's like what we spoke about before the game with the milk, bread and eggs. You know the 3 fundamentals, but do you know the other part of the shopping list? Do you know the other part that you need to bring to the table and bring home with you? So that's the challenge for Balwyn going into the second half. Blackburn, the basis is there for them. If they're good enough, Blackburn, they've just got to continue that level of intensity in the second half.
They do. Blake, do you have any additional thoughts from that first half? Couldn't agree with Spider more. It's They just got to go back to the basics, Balwyn, just because it was doing them a world of good in that first quarter. It did in the second. But for Blackburn, they need to continue bringing that intensity.
They do, and as Spider touched on, it was all yellow and black that first quarter. But don't get me wrong, Blackburn's message at quarter time was pretty simple. Just play the usual game that they've been playing. Look for switches. Look for, changing lanes kind of thing.
Took risk, didn't they, Blake?
They did.
And that's the thing. That's the one thing you've got to do in finals. You've got to take risk.
Yeah. And he also said that they panic a bit much and they were just rushing things. And I feel like Blackburn are on their terms at this stage, but you can't rule out what Balwyn have done. The damage is already done by Balwyn, but it's now up to Blackburn to see what they can produce in this second half.
They're still going to watch the players, though, Josh. Like Alex Urban, who's just doing some fantastic things, been real damaging. We know Balwyn Smith's playing a quality game. Oak's been very good. They're getting good supply and getting possessions, heavy possessions. But now, when they go forward, just got to keep it in there and be a little bit more disciplined in that forward line and lift that intensity, keep the ball in there like they did in that first term, and the scores will come in the second half.
And they can't be focusing solely on Charlie Haley. They cannot be going to him all the time.
Yeah, it's too predictable.
Because Kieran Hubber is doing a great job on him as well. He really got on top of him in that second quarter.
Yeah, and you've got to play unpredictable.
Yeah, and you got to go. You still got the likes of Jordan Lyle, Jack Tillich, who's kicked big bags.
Markowski was a perfect example in that second term. Now, he had an opportunity to go back and kick a goal, and he elected to pass it off, and that was just because of some lazy approach. Your first instinct is, if you've got the ball, go back yourself in, kick the goal, and the ball goes back to the centre, and then you keep moving on with the game, and that's something that he'll be encouraged to do. That's just a young player learning in the game, and that's something you just need to take on board as a young player feedback. But plenty of their young players, Tilliard, they're doing some really good things at the moment. Just need to continue to step up in this second half, because this third term, the first 5 or 6 minutes, is really going to illustrate and dictate what happens for the rest of this game. But for me, I still want to be on the Balwyn side of things at the moment, but it's now in Blackburn's hands whether they're capable of running out this game and really putting the authority in it, and whether they're good enough to come back and take the lead.
Well, they call this quarter the Premiership quarter for a reason. So whoever wins this quarter, particularly if it's Balwyn, they're kicking to what's been the scoring end. Only one goal has been kicked to the Mountain Highway, or to the right of your radio dial end of the ground. So it'll be interesting to see if they can press home that advantage. Blake, I'm going to throw to you. Any scores around the grounds? I know you're excited about one particular one.
Yes, there is a big upset brewing. I'm telling you, I've come across this game. Montrose 5-5-35 to South Belgrave 4-4-28. The real question I want to ask is, can the Demons hold on? I know it's half time.
No, it's still very early, Blake. Come on.
It's still early. It's not happening, unfortunately.
Okay, so you've completely ruled that out. But anyway,
no, sorry, it's still possible. It's possible. They are in the game.
Absolutely.
And then score down at Mitcham Walker Park. Still no score at this stage, but it's Boronia 5-5-33 to Templestowe, 1 behind. If we can get an update there, that'll be great. Our great mate down at also Jaden down at Jubilee Park has got Oakley Districts 42 to Furniture Gully 36. So an interesting score there. An upset is definitely going to brew as well. So a couple of upsets. But remember, keep updating the score feed, please.
And just some women's grand finals scores. Of course, we've got the 2 games taking place right now where John O'Van and Trent Callan are covering the Premier Division grand final between SBL Wolves and Eastern Devils. And it's the Wolves that are up. They're up 29-7 out there at Quamby Reserve. And the Basin are also up 20-10 against Boronia out there at HE Park Reserve. Well, that's been a very fascinating discussion for the halftime show. Spider, great to have you on.
Always good, boys. Looking forward to this second half, and let's see if Balwyn can continue their dominance, what they did in the first term, but now it's on Blackburn, whether they can step up in this third term and become the side that they dreamed to be.
Well, let's get down to the boundary sometime soon, Blake. We're going to have a great time down there. We've already had a great time, that's for sure. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, second half action out here between Balwyn and Blackburn will resume.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval, where it's been Blackburn who have staged a bit of a mini revival in that quarter, and they would have wanted to just quietly. 58-34, the half-time score, but the Burners really fired up in that second term after a very flat first term. And I tell you what, I wouldn't want it to be one of the Balwyn players, because I reckon Bretton Sanderson would have had a fair bit to say to his troops at half-time, Brash.
Yeah, look, I think once again this seems to be a pattern of behaviour that's befallen Balwyn this season. Fast starts, and they could have put the game away before half-time. But credit to Blackburn here. They made the finals for a reason, because they're a good enough side to play finals, and they took it right back up to Balwyn in the second quarter. They won the term 5-2, and they just sort of 5-1, I should say, and they started winning some ball around the contest. However, they've got to hit the scoreboard now every time they go into their forward 50, because if they don't, Blackburn are going to, Balwyn will pounce, and you would expect that Balwyn will try and come out at all costs in the opening 10 minutes, Ray, and really try and ice this game.
You're certainly right. And look, inside 50s, the first quarter, it was Balwyn 12 for 8 goals and Blackburn 10. In the second quarter, Blackburn turned it around, 8 inside 50s for 5 goals, and all in up, 22 to Balwyn and 18 to Blackburn.
And I also think too, gentlemen, in that second quarter, I think Balwyn went away from what they did in the first quarter, instead of playing through players in better position. In fact, I think they became too Charlie Haley-centric, and they kept trying to direct the ball through him. But he was leading into positions that weren't goal-scoring positions.
That's right.
And in fact, he was actually out. They were actually doing themselves an injustice, and so they need to improve their options again and go back to what got them where they were in the first quarter.
So for all their endeavour, though, you'd have to say that Blackburn is still going to have to strike early in this third term. They've done really well to get back to 4 goals, but if they concede a couple of quick ones here, they'll virtually undo all their good work. But nonetheless,
exactly right.
Let's wait and see what happens. The umpire to throw it up in the middle, and Jared Beanland to get us started for the third term out here at Bayswater Oval.
So what do Blackburn have in them? Can they fight back this 4-goal lead? Can they continue to get back into the game? We've got a secondary ball up there as the Rucks became entangled with one another. And just a quick score around the ground. The Division 2 semi-final, Boronia are up 55-21 over Templestowe. And Harry went high in that one. Taps it down to Answorth. Gets a little chipping ball forwards. Little bounce up. And fighting for it at ground level is Lawler, but he's going to be wrapped up there.
You didn't say it, Brash. I was waiting for you to say game over.
No.
Not yet, not yet.
Still a chance for Templestowe.
Yeah. So
kicking in danger.
That is kicking in danger. Not a free kick we often see paid, but the beneficiary of it this time is Answorth. Kicks inside forward 50. Rid taps it down there. Falls front and centre. Now Balwyn have space, but Blackburn have pressure. Oh, Balwyn, Markovski, he just storms away, handballs it to Cross through the centre here. The running through hands. Sticker back out to Lyle. Now Markovski, he could run all the way with this one, or a low chipping ball towards Haley. He's got Hubbard to beat. Hubbard's going to have to do well. Little kick there through the points, and just the one behind to open the scoring for the second half. And that goes to Balwyn.
As they were rushing that ball forward, Balwyn, they were tackled, but it was just the big, stronger bodies that just brushed them off.
Incredible pace as we go boundary side. Josh Ward.
I'm going to keep a close eye on that Haley matchup. That's been a really interesting matchup.
So, Markovski, I tell you what, he's got a bit of toe, as do a lot of the Balwyn players running through that midfield, but they just couldn't finish off on that occasion. Over on the far side of the ground, trying to pick it up was Urban. He's had a pretty good game for Balwyn. They go inside 50 again. Beautiful mark coming over the top as Oakes.
Yeah,
he's been good as well for Balwyn today.
Hinkley completely misjudged.
Yeah, went under the ball, didn't he?
So, this is the last thing they need to concede. They very nearly conceded one just about 30 seconds ago. And Balwyn have gone back inside, and Oakes is going to get another bite at the cherry here. He's kicked 2 for the day. So this will extend the lead back out to 31, and this is what I was saying. If they get a couple of quick ones, all that Blackburn endeavour, almost for nothing. Kick on its way, he's got it. So that's number 3 for Nathan Oakes. And the score out now to 10-5-65 to 5-4-34. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're about 2.5 gone in the third term.
Yeah, well, that actually Urban set that goal up because he actually made something from nothing there from that clearance and stoppage play there.
So back into the centre we'll go. Just quickly, it's not an update, just a reminder. Oakley Districts were up 42 to 36. That was approaching half time in the Division 3 preliminary final. That was a while ago though, so we'll have more updates for you shortly. Bajaya was worried out of it there, and Smith gets the clearance. It's a high ball towards the forward line for Balwyn. Chasing it is Haley. He's got the skill, he's got the toe, he's got the handball away as well, and he's got it back as well. Snap around the corner, back inside the forward line. Blackburn are going to have to apply pressure here, but the pressure's applied on them as Bajaya's wrapped up. And it's Markovski who's really starting to work his way into the game. 3.5 minutes gone. Ball went up by 31 at this stage. Lyle taps it straight down to Urban. Handball into the goal square. It's pinging around, and that's a high tackle. Oh, Connor Hinkley, he's had a bit of a day to forget. And the free kick's going to go to Bowen Smith.
Yeah, he's had a couple of minutes he would like to take back, Hinkley. I still think, though, that Sanderson might need to look at putting Lyle at full forward because, once again, when the ball's coming out of the midfield...
The post.
Bowen Smith just slams it into the post there. Can't add to his 1 goal for the game. And Balwyn will now draw their lead. Inching further ahead, they're up by 32 points now.
Should have kicked that goal there, Bowen Smith.
Yep, should have done. So a bit of a lead off as Sam Hart prepares to bring it back in. Margin out to 32. A little bit indecisive, but he decides to come out towards this near side and finds Giarth in the back pocket. And so the very lively Giarth goes inboard. Oh, it's not a good kick, and it's been almost, in fact, it has been turned over. And Balwyn go back inside 50, dropped though. Now it's Markovski who's been very good. He gets a handball off to Cross. Cross has stabbed at that one, and he's put it across the face and through for a minor score. Almost had too much time. He was just sort of taking his time, trying to pick the spot. And in the end, he missed it completely. So 67 to 34, nearly 5 gone in this third term.
Once again, Blackburn from the back pocket going into the corridor and turning the ball over.
This time they're going straight up the middle there through Sam Hart, but the intercept mark's been taken really well by Gottliebsen. And he's going to play on quickly. Chips it. He saw a man in space, and it's Oakes again. Oh, he just played on. Yeah, he's going to commit to the play on. And Lyle was there just on the goal line. And they're peppering away, Balwyn. Another behind.
So they're under the pump a wee bit here, Blackburn. But they need to try and just hang on for the moment as Hart puts it on the boot, goes out wide, finds a target. They just can't afford to concede early goals in this term, and they've turned it over again. Goodness gracious me, I think is that Britton over there or Cross? Can't quite see. One of them goes inside 50. Up they fly. Good spell from Faulkner coming over the back. Now it's cross. They've got it over on the far side, and they go in. Boy, this might go. No, it's going to go across the face and be a throw in on the far side of the near pocket, should I say.
Got a quick score from Tullamore Reserve. Montrose are up 5-5-35 to South Belgrave 4-4-28.
I can hear the cheers coming from the boundary. 10-8-68 to 5-4-34. We've had 6 minutes gone on this third term.
Blake might be hearing some ka-ching as well.
So Lyle tapped it down from that contest. Cross picked it up. Markovsky once again. Gets a little shove there by Jath. Wasn't enough to put him off. But the kick just sailed into the pocket. It was done with space. And he gets the kick outside of defence. Lawler hands it off to Dorian. Had a great second quarter, did Mackenzie Dorian. And his kick was really well weighted out in front of Horsnail. Didn't take the mark, followed up the work though. Just kicked it backward to go forward because he had a spare man in the captain Lawler. Kicks across his body. Has Sam Hart. It was really good vision there by Lawler. Sam Hart was a little bit on his own. Kicking a bit from goal. And into the pocket. He's seen someone there. Good punch away there by Balwyn. And they'll pick it up. Handball over to Rid, and they're running in waves here now, the Tigers. Wise gives it to Cunningham, and now over to Lyle. Just steps around Dunn pretty easily. And the target there inside forward 50. He's spilt it as Goebbels, and it's gone over the line.
Gee, that was really cool, calm and collected play there by Balwyn, moving that ball very, very quickly.
Good work by Faulkner too. Came out with a really important spoil there.
Boundary.
Let's go to the boundary line with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, good point there, Brush. Good chain of handball there. Unfortunately, the kick, they just keep kicking it into the pockets that I've seen. You want to make sure that it's in the fat side of shape.
Urban twisting this way and that way. Kicks it around the corner, and there's a free kick picked out. It's going to go the way of Blackburn by the looks of it. And Kieran Hubber was infringed against. So all that slick ball movement by Balwyn amounts to not very much at this point. 7 minutes 50 gone in this quarter. 68-34, Balwyn leading. And the kick out of defence there just spilt over the line by Blackburn, and we'll get a throw in on the outer side.
So all a bit scrappy with the umpire to throw it in. So if you just joined us, thanks for your company across Facebook and YouTube. And of course on 98.1 Radio Eastern, streaming of course all over the world. So maybe with someone's watching us on the other side, who knows? As the ball comes out, now it's Balwyn going forward again. Little banana kick here. How's it looking? It's missed.
Bowen Smith.
Bowen Smith it was. Went with the banana, so 69-34. And we've had 8.5 minutes gone on this third term. So Balwyn are threatening, but they just can't get the points on the board.
I think they're trying to be a little bit too cute here, Balwyn.
So it'll be interesting to know what Britton Sanderson said to them at half-time, because he wouldn't have been terribly happy with that second quarter as Hubbard prepares to bring it back in. Puts it on the boot and goes long. Let's see who he's trying to find. There's targets out here. Chevy Anderson for a moment. Harry was there as well, but it's fallen for Rid. Rid puts it on the boot, goes to the hot spot. It's a one-on-one back there. Oh, the mark is taken.
Easy.
That's poor.
That's Urban again, isn't
Urban
it?
again.
That's Tilly.
Tilly. So, but Urban has been very good, but on this occasion it wasn't. It was Tilly, so he'll go back and line up.
Can't afford to let someone take an uncontested mark 30 metres straight in front of goal, can you?
No, just little lapses in concentration. It's really cost them, hasn't it? So Tilly to go back. You'd expect him to kick this one. He's right out in front and probably about 30 metres. So chance to extend the margin out to 41 points. Here's the kick on the way, and it's there. So Tilly gets his second of the day. And a bit of a killer blow there for the Burners. They didn't really want to concede early goals in this term, but they have. 75-34. Nearly 10 gone down to the boundary, and Josh Ward.
And I think that's what Balwyn would probably want, to be a bit more direct in their approach rather than be cute. That's one thing that Brent Sanderson mentioned at quarter time, not to be too cute. So let's see if they can be a bit more direct and unpredictable.
We said the opening 10 minutes were going to be really important for Blackburn. Now the question's going to be asked, what have they got left?
Yep.
So the Red Jackets will be looking on with apprehension as the ruckman fly. Baker was there, but it's Balwyn once again to get the clearance. Good-looking kick inside forward 50, hit the turf, but Alex Urban came out to meet it. He's got great vision, and he's found Bowen Smith once again.
Oh,
you're lucky that's not 25 there.
He copped a bit of attention, did Bowen Smith. Missed a couple goals this quarter so far. Let's see if he can redeem himself a little bit. And this would be a real hard pill to swallow for Blackburn if he's able to get this one through.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cheap shot by Jordan Hart there, whacking him on the back of the head, just watching the replay.
Bowen Smith marches in, kicks on its way, and that is a dagger through the heart of the Red Jackets. Balwyn are pulling away.
3 goals in the opening 10, 11 minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Blackburn.
It's always hard, Ray, as we've alluded to. Blackburn were going to get their chance, and they did get their chance, and they took it in the second quarter. But this is where the game, it's the third quarter. This is when you're behind. You've got to find that little bit extra because you are behind, and all of a sudden they've fallen back.
Yeah. Well, we tried to make a case for Blackburn at half-time, but it's going up in flames at the moment because those 3 quick goals have really pushed it out again. We're almost back to the situation we were in the first quarter as Blackburn are under pressure. And you just know that they're going to be trying things, and they'll turn it over as they try to take risks. And once again, it's Balwyn who bring it out of defence, out towards Goebbels, takes the mark. The big man, he floats it forward to an unmarked player in the middle of the ground, and Oakes. Oakes chips it out wide. They can't afford to let them have these uncontested marks. Now it's in the hands of Britton. Britton goes into the pocket. That's out on the foot. It's almost over the fence. It's a terrible kick. So it's going to be a free kick to Blackburn. In the back pocket. Here's a little stab forward.
Oh, no.
What on earth. It's gone straight to cross. Oh, Cross has kicked it away. It's a comedy of errors as Blackburn bring it out. My goodness, it's going to be a free kick as well as one of the Blackburn players goes to ground. And it will be, my word, Jared, clean it up.
Sam Heaton, he's... well, I don't know what I can do. Sam Heaton's going to have to be the one to pull off a clean kick, and he did that time to Answorth, sharing it around with Hart, kicking board, and oh no, what have I done?
Turn it over.
Quinn chopped that one off, got the ball to Sticker, and Balwyn just settle things down a little bit. We don't want too much of a disaster on our hands here. Wise in the centre of the ground, took the mark, he's going to play around his man, kicks it. Oh, towards Lyle. He's the obvious target. Stuck out the one net. Couldn't reel it in. Around the corner, Quinn. And he's missed it. Balwyn continue to press hard, and Blackburn are very much under siege now.
So not one for the coaching video this particular start to this third term. There's a lot of mistakes being made. A lot of turnovers and some errant play. Now Hart looking around once again to see who he can kick to. Anybody but a Balwyn player would be good. So Hart sets off. He puts it on the right boot and goes out wide. And he doesn't really find a target out there.
Well, he nearly turned it over again.
He did.
and I'm thinking they've at least turned the ball over at least 20 times for the match so far, Blackburn.
Inside 50s this quarter, 12-3 Balwyn's way.
Let's get some quick scores from Jared around the grounds.
Thank you very much, Besto. We've got Montrose 6-5-41 to South Belgrave 5-4-34. That's a half-time score, so a bit of an upset brewing there for the Demons.
Extra time.
Another heart attack station there for Montrose, if that's the case. And then we've got 12 minutes into the third Fentry.
Oh,
goal.
Here we go.
It's a goal.
Oh, what a goal.
Sorry, Jared, as the ball has been a slam. I couldn't see who it was. It's a fair way out, is it not?
I'll tell you who it is in a minute.
So one doing the high fives there, running into the middle.
Chevy Anderson it was. He got the head out.
I think it's Wise.
Wise it was. He was a long way out too, and he's unloaded from a distance, and it's gone through. And that's a terrific goal. That's certainly a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Back to you, Jared.
Thank you very much. Well,
in fact, it might have been Anderson.
Definitely a goal worth.
We'll give it to Wise.
We'll give it to Wise.
That was a wise call there.
Thanks, Blake. I like that.
Well, he did kick the goal of the day last time we saw ball into Josh Wise, so clearly likes a snag.
He does.
So back into the centre. Anderson gets the tap down. Dorian reading it well off the wing. He's been wrapped up. We've got some Oakley District and Fentry Gully fans hanging off my every word because I got interrupted by that score. It's 48-55 currently, Ferntree Gully leading. It's the third quarter currently as Balwyn go forward. Back here, Jafford's going to have to run onto it. Well, this time it was Wright. Gets a looping handball there out to Reed. Passes it off to Dunn. Good chain of handballs here. Finds Wright again. Look away handball was a disaster from Wright. Tillich intercepted. Bajaya, though, he followed up well. Got the handball back. Just split the difference between two Blackburn players, and Balwyn will turn it over again. Quinn finds Markovsky in space. Couldn't quite take in the one-hand mark. Spearing ball inside forward 50 for Bowen Smith, but he's kicked it out in the full.
Well, he had more time than what he thought there, Markovsky, but really, they've got too much time, Bowen, and I don't think they know what to do with it because Blackburn are just allowing them.
They've really loosened up after that second quarter of Blackburn. It's unfortunate for them, but the chip out of defence finds Paddy Lawler. Can he spark something? Gives it over to Jackson Wright. Spearing ball towards Balwyn players by the looks of it. And it's a throw, so the free kick's going to go the way of Oglethorpe here. This is Charlie. Finds Dorian on the outer side. And he's searching for options. He's going to have to make this kick count, he's kicked it to Horse now. He's the one that's going to have to make this kick count if he's going to send it inside forward 50. He's done just that. Up they go. Baker nearly took the mark. It falls to ground. Swooping through. Who was that? It was a behind, and it was Hudson. So just the 1 point there, Blackburn. One of the few chances they've had in this third quarter as they move to 5-5-35. Balwyn 13-10, 88, 17 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Balwyn just content to slow it down. They're in no hurries. They get set to bring the ball back into play. 17 played of this third term. So just over a quarter and a half to go for one of these sides. The loser, of course, is out for season 2023, and it's looking very much like that's going to be Blackburn at the moment, unless they can pull a bit of a rabbit out of the hat. Ball over on the far side. Goebbels gets a handball back to nobody in particular. Mostly done there by Walker going back. It's bouncing around all over the place. Red now. Good pressure by Blackburn, and they may have forced a turnover here. It's all over the place at the moment. Lawler runs across and then just bangs one into the middle. Trying to find a target. Going back, though, and it's going to be Blackburn's footy again on the half-back line. It's
here we go.
Alex Urban going through the corridor, taking it on. But look at all the space. This is ridiculous. It's like a training drill. And there's players out everywhere. Now it's in the hands of Lyle. He pops on over the top, and that is awful. That really is awful. And it's going to be Charlie Haley to go back. In fact, he's going to have a crack. He just wheels around onto the right boot, and I reckon he's missed. He has. Should have gone back and done the drop pump, but it's gone through for a minor score. But Brace, there was some a lot of space there, wasn't there?
Bit casual there by Charlie Haley.
One goal for Charlie Haley.
Yeah. No.
It was like there were a few witches' hats there for a moment, Brett.
Well, I was surprised Lyle even went to in the pocket because he had options in the corridor as well.
Once again, leading to the pocket.
Yeah, what we were talking about in the first half.
Yeah.
We've got some three-quarter time scores in some women's grand finals we'll get to in a moment. As Blackburn chip it out of defence. Dunn takes the mark. And he's going to go towards Baker, but it's the safe hands of Jamie Gottliebsen who intercepts the ball. And Blackburn's thrust forward halted before it began once again. Jackson Wright, he just lost it. He lost handle of the ball there, and Balwyn will pounce. They've smelt blood before. They smell it again. Jordan Lyle round the corner. Great goal. And the Tigers really, really pulling away now. Let's quickly get to those three-quarter time scores there in the women's grand finals. We've got the SBL Wolves up 29-21 against the Eastern Devils. Bit of an upset brewing there. And Baronia up against the Basin. They are 26-20. Baronia leading.
Well, that sort of really epitomises Blackburn's afternoon, doesn't it, Ray?
It
that piece of play.
You know, look, when your player gets clear and he fumbles, and he fell over his own shadow.
And so Besto to take us away from this clearance.
So back in the middle, it's looking pretty ugly now. It's a 10-goal margin, so it's we don't want to call it yet, but it's getting very, very hard to see Blackburn coming back as Hart. He's been one of Blackburn's better players, takes the mark. Now he spreads it out wide, finds a target on Answorth. He's been good as well. Answorth goes in. That's a good mark. So they strike back, or they could strike back immediately here, Blackburn. As the mark is taken.
I think it's Heaton, Sam Heaton.
Waiting for him to turn around.
Well, he kicked his first goal. which was good.
Number 53, Sam Heaton. So he's got 1 today, so a chance to get 2. Just has escalated quite quickly. Blackburn, we said they had to get a good start, but suddenly Blackburn have just, Balwyn at least, have just pulled right away again. And all Blackburn's good work has been undone, but nonetheless, they can get 6 points back here if he can slot this. He's Heaton, a very deliberate approach. It's like he's coming from the car park. He's never going to kick it. Eventually he puts it on the boot, and he hasn't struck that at all well. In fact, it's going to miss everything. And it's gone out of bounds on the full, I believe.
Yeah,
it is. So free kick to Balwyn, as they bring it in. Ball over on the far side of the ground. Little handball off there. And here they come forward again. But that'll be out of bounds. Goebbels takes it, and he's immediately tackled by Mackenzie Dorian. He had a really good, was it the second quarter I think he played? He was terrific. And he sparked Balwyn's revival, Blackburn's revival. But unfortunately just gone out of the game like so many of his teammates as the ball comes in. Anderson against Harry. Anderson might have got that one cross, gets the handball up the line. Bajega back there. Now under pressure, though, ball.
See you later.
That's ball.
You got to.
So just really hesitant there, Bajega. He didn't know what to do, and in the end he got caught. And it's a free kick to Balwyn, and they'll go forward again, and they'll go inside 50. A little short chip here, but now they've turned it over, and Blackburn back in possession.
So the kick out of defence comes for Blackburn. Jordan Hart picks it up. Shares it round, looping handball towards Answorth. He let it bounce into his hands. That was good. Jath, his kick is going to go forward. Finds the contest. It's 1-on-1 out the back. And he's going to kick this one, running into an open goal. Lewis down. He gets one back for the Burners. And so it's down to a 9-goal lead now for Balwyn. 22 minutes gone in the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
A goal for Blackburn with muted applause there.
Yeah. Well, it was a good marking contest by Downey. He kept it over the back, and they went down the corridor.
Yep. It's the only time, it's been one of the very rare times where they've been rewarded for effort going down that corridor too, Ray.
Yep.
Yes, I'm just looking over at the Blackburn faithful. They're very subdued. They didn't even sort of go up much when that goal was kicked, but I think they realise their race may well be runners. Harry gets the tap out of the middle. Lawler sockers it off the ground. Goes forward. Ball just laying there for no one to pick it up in the end. Now it is socket off the ground again. Here's a chance to get another one really quickly. It's not a great kick though. There's no mark paid either as the ball is batted away. Ball went under a bit of pressure, but they do pretty well once again as Pendlebury just puts it back to a teammate. That's Pollux. He's been good today. Pollux goes out wide. Finds a target as well. So good composure. They've still got possession as they decide to go through the corridor. There's Urban. Be one of the best, one of the contenders for best on ground today as the ball goes out and it's in the hands there. And that's going to be ball.
Great tackle.
That's Faulkner, who got absolutely nailed. Just taking too long, and it's going to be a free kick to Balwyn.
Haley.
That was well done by Charlie there. One of his good moments for the afternoon.
So it won't be too critical on poor old Charlie. He hasn't had a great day, but he's had plenty of good ones over the years.
It's those little 1%ers and tackles, mate, that sometimes make all the difference.
So Charlie Haley, just the 1 goal today. He's got 24. He had 24 for the season coming into today. And he's kicked that one, so a couple today, so that takes him to 26. And that's the 100 up for Balwyn. 15-11, 101, playing 6-5, 41. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's elimination final footy out here from Bayswater Oval.
And Brash, I thought it was Urban that got the ball out of the centre as well. He's had a very good day.
I got him in my votes, actually. If we were given votes, Urban, he's been outstanding. Then again, he's got a lot of mates with him as well.
Balwyn running on top of the ground here. 10-goal lead. And they will be most likely playing either East Ringwood or Doncaster East in the semi-final next week. Tap down comes. Lawler throws a boot at it out of the middle. Hicks challenges and is taken high.
There it is. So they just can't do anything right here.
So Fraser Hicks might be one of those players saving themselves a little bit for the semi-final, but Lawler did well. He's not going to be saving himself for anything because it looks like it might be no tomorrow if they don't put everything on the line here. Blackburn. Reed chips it in to Bajaya. He plays on with it. Sees an option he likes inside forward 50. And a great mark taken by Lewis Downey.
I tell you what, Brash, Lawler's been one really good player.
Yeah, he's tried hard to skip.
He can hold his head high.
I'll tell you what, Chris Pendlebury wasn't too happy at that mark. I reckon he thought he got a piece of it, but it was fair enough.
Not
it was
really.
fair enough.
I don't reckon the Jason Reed experiment's paid off either. He looks like he can't run.
Yeah.
So Lewis Downey got to give him his dues. He's
been a bit of a spark for him.
He has indeed. 21 goals in the reserves out of only 6 games for the year. He's come into the senior side. He's kicked 9 goals before today. He's kicked 2 today.
No, he hasn't.
And he's kicked 2 today. I was about to add to that and say 3, but yeah. Let's go to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
Just touching on Jason Reid as well. Whenever I've seen him come off the field, he's just looked absolutely gassed. So, but you got to give credit to Lewis Downey as well. He's had a really good third quarter in particular.
So Balwyn to bring the ball back into play. Margin is 59 points out here at Bayswater Oval. Elimination final, as we said, so the loser goes home. The winner continues on to next week to play the winner of tomorrow's match between East Ringwood and Doncaster East. Should be a cracker. So up it goes in the ruck. Up they fly. Ball knocked down on the ground. Picked up over there by one of the Balwyn players. Gets a kick down the line. Bouncing around. It's all a bit untidy over there. Trying to pick it up over there with Sticker, I think that is, on the ground, and he's wrapped up. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
And that's no disrespect to Jason Reid. He's been a star player for Blackburn. It's just because he's been out injured, his just lack of fitness has hurt him today, that's all.
And he probably has needed a bit more support around him as well, as the ball is taken by Urban. And the umpire says we'll ball it up again. So the Sting well and truly gone out of this game. We've got we're probably nearly at three-quarter time, 26.5 gone. Dorian's kick is smothered. Bounces back. Picked up over there by, I think that's Goebbels. Knocked forward.
Good tackle.
Good tackle.
Good tackle.
Was.
Yeah.
So
got some quick scores here. Montrose up by 1 point now against South Belgrave.
I told you, extra time. So a bit of a nail-biter out there. Here's the tackle comes in from Bajega.
Any other scores you got there, Jared?
By the looks of it, we've got Devils. They've kicked ahead of the SBL Wolves in the women's grand final, and they're up by 4.
So we'll try and bring you some of those scores in the final 10, particularly as those games get down to the pointy end, as Mackenzie Dorian goes for a little run down the far side. His kick gets smothered. Goebel was over there trying to pick it up, but the whistle's gone, and it's going to be a free kick.
Around the neck.
Going to be a high tackle. So free kick going the way of the Burners as they decide to go back into the corridor. It's a dangerous kick, but they have to take the game on, and it's worked out for them. Giath goes long. Is there anyone underneath this one? There's a couple of Burners players back. Trying to pick it up over there is Hart. Hart gets away, gets a handball back. Good work there, taken by Baker. And there is the siren as Baker launches it into the goal square, but it's just a smidgen too late because the siren is gone, and three-quarter time out here at Bayswater Oval, and Balwyn, well, they're well in control and well on their way to another week in the competition. 15-11-101 to 6-6-42. Jared's got the goal kickers.
So multiple goal scorers for Balwyn. Nathan Oakes with 3, Alex Urban with 2, Charlie Haley with 2, and Jack Tillig and Bowen Smith all with 2. Daniel Quinn, Josh Wise and Jeff Goebbels are the single goal scorers for the Tigers. Only one multiple goal scorer for Blackburn, that's Lewis Downey. And along with him, the singles are Sam Hudson, Pat Lawler, Ben Horsnail and Sam Heaton.
So inside 50s for that quarter, 18 to Balwyn, 9 to Blackburn.
Thanks, Ray. Elimination final footy out here at Bayswater Oval, and the three-quarter time score, it's Balwyn in control, 15-11-101 over Blackburn, 6-6-42. Back with more soon.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval. There's 1 quarter left for one of these two sides, and at the moment, I think you'd head to very short odds on it being Blackburn. They are well and truly under the pump. It's Balwyn 15-11, 101, 6-6-42. It's elimination final, so the loser goes out, and the winner, of course, will play the winner of tomorrow's match, which will be Donny East and East Ringwood, which we'll keep you up to date with during our coverage of the 4th Division final tomorrow. Boys, a bit of a, I'm not going to even ask you this, but what did Blackburn need to do in this last quarter just to take something out of this game? Because they certainly can't win it, can they?
Let's just win the last quarter and get something out of the game. But I'm just going back to inside 50s for the game. 40 to Balwyn, 27 to Blackburn. And even in that quarter, 11 scoring shots to 3 in Balwyn's favour for the quarter.
And then, Brash, just alternately, what will Blackburn do in this team? Will they take the foot off the gas a little bit and think we're home? Or do you think they'll come out and really... Balwyn, sorry. Do you think they'll come out and really drive in the... drive it home?
I think they would probably like to go out and send a message to the rest of the sides in this division that they're here, they're here for keeps. And, look, I think the one thing that where they dropped off in the second quarter from the second quarter wasn't the skill and the way of play. What they did was, once again, is they lifted their intensity at the contest and on the ball carrier. And once again, they were able to create the turnovers, which is what they got in the first quarter. And their disposal is much better than what Blackburn's is moving into. Let's go down to you, Josh.
Got Brenton Sanderson alongside me. Brenton, much better third quarter. What you make in the intensity?
Yeah, I think we were much better around the contest. So in that second quarter, when they really got on top, they were able to increase their pressure around contest and clearance. And that quarter, we sort of wrestled back that momentum. So I thought we wasted the ball in that second quarter. But the third quarter, we were able to lower our eyes a bit better, find some targets inside forward 50, and obviously hit the scoreboard with 6 goals 6. So, it's obviously whether they can find a way to get back in the game. They're probably a bit too far behind, but, we've got to take some really good habits in the next week now.
And what was the message heading into the final quarter? Was it just to keep that intensity up for the rest of the contest?
Just ensure that those standards that we set for every game, that we don't showboat, we don't carry on, we just look for opportunities just to keep taking the game on.
Thank you, Brendan. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joshy. Good work with Brenton Sanderson, the Balwyn coach. He must be feeling understandably pretty confident.
He'd be feeling pretty chuffed, I reckon.
Yeah, that's right.
And he was very magnanimous there. With Blackburn.
Of course. He's not going to. He doesn't want to get too far ahead of himself. But we get set anyway to start this fourth term, and it's a mountain to climb as we go down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just heard a quick message from Brendan Allen. He said he just wants a bit more of a crack. 30 minutes will dictate where we finish. We don't want to give up. And he goes, he wants his midfielders to hunt, his forwards to lead up to the ball carrier, and his back line just to defend.
Thanks, Blakey. Let's get underway for the fourth term as we wait for the siren, and Jared Beelan will get us started.
Thank you very much. Just very quickly around the grounds, we've got Division 3 score. Ferntree Gully are up 59-51 against Oakley District. Close one there to see who plays Donvale in the grand final. Montrose are 7-7-49 over South Belgrave 6-4-40. So that's an interesting one to keep an eye on, of course, in Division 1. But back we are in the Premier Division elimination final. It's Blackburn 42 to Balwyn 101. And we are getting the final quarter underway here. And most likely, of course, the final quarter of the season for the Burners. And we've got a secondary ball up. Rucks fly at it. Smith to try and shovel the ball out. Answorth was in the way. Bajaya crashes through, hands it to Lawler. High ball inside the forward line for the Burners, but it's cut off easily enough by Aaron Britton, one of the better intercept markers in the division. Balwyn share it round now. Chris Pendlebury finds Walker as they're working their way out at a fence. Cool, calm and collected now, of course, the Tigers, knowing that theirs is a place in the semi-final against either East Ringwood or Doncaster East. That contest, the ball came off hands. Lyle shoveled it out. Hart with a desperate kick forward, but it's only going to bounce over the boundary line right in front of Brenton Sanderson and the rest of the coaching crew of Balwyn on the interchange bench. We've gone just a minute here in the final quarter. And on the throw-in, it's Lyle to get the tap, Anderson to get the tap down. Kick around the corner there for Balwyn. Really good mark there taken by Zalek. Cut it off well, good effort. And his kick centres it inside the forward line for Blackburn. Fighting for it is Britton, but wrenching it out there. It was good work by Downey. And the ball ends up there in the hands of a Blackburn player in Oglethorpe. He was tackled over, another ball up. Tap down there for Blackburn. Swinging around Lawler. That was a great tackle laid by Cunningham. Yet another ball up. 2 minutes gone. Anderson gets the tap down. Oakes fired out the handball, but also received the free kick. Might have been a little high. And Balwyn will try and work their way out of defence here.
So Nathan Oakes just looking around for someone to give it to him. In fact, it's not Nathan Oakes who's going to take it. What was going on there? No idea. Anyway, it's a free kick, so it's been Balwyn who will go backwards. Almost back in their own goal square. Little chip across the face. So they can do a bit of this. They're really under no pressure. Red goes for a run. Puts it up the line, trying to find a target, but I think it's going to be turned over. Awkward bounce there for Zalek, who went past it, but the ball on the ground there. And it's a bit untidy, but the umpire says play on. Oakes gets it again. Puts it onto the boot, trying to find a target, and he does. Too far away from goal. Jordan Lyle pokes one forward, and that's a mark. Taken by Charlie Haley. So as we said before, he hasn't had his greatest day, but he's got a chance here. Go back and kick it. He's looking to give it off. Surely he can have the distance. He can make the distance from there. There's too much of this. It drives me mad. He's Haley putting it on the boot now. Just chips it across to a man who's probably about a metre forward to where he was in the first place.
I suppose when you're 59 points up, Ray, you can do whatever you like, isn't it?
Yeah, but not good habits to get into.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that was.
I know.
That was very. It was lackadaisical there by Charlie.
Yeah, got no idea why they do it. Just drives me crazy. Jordan Lyle, he's going to have a crack from here.
It's all about togetherness.
Trying to kick his second goal. He strikes it really nicely. That's straight over the goal umpire's head. So Jordan Lyle gets his second of the day, which probably should have been Charlie Haley's goal, but I won't say any more. And it's Balwyn out now to 16-11, 107 to 6-6-42. Benny, go back to scoreboard. 4 gone last term.
Brash, we've been saying all day, Haley's got to lead up the corridor. He did. They pass it to him. They get a goal.
That's it.
So around the grounds once again, Boronia are really pulling away from Templestowe now, 13-9-87 to 5-5-35.
I think I'm going to call that one.
The Hawks have...
Oh, it's a big call, Brash.
I'm calling it.
Hawks have 1 foot, maybe more, in the grand final of Division 2. And from that centre clearance, Lawler slams it into the forward line. Read well, though, by Pollux. And he kicks it out of defence, and it's going to go back in defence here to Chris Pendlebury. And here they go again, sharing it round as Walker was the free man in the pocket. Little chip now to Hicks. Oh, good spoil there by Jordan Hart. Good gut running to get to that contest and punch it over the line. Some of these Blackburn players really not leaving anything in the tank despite the ominous outlook. Back into play for Blackburn's forward line. Bajea crashed through. Couldn't take possession of the ball. Urban at ground level. Tackled. Another ball up. Thanks for joining us on Eastern FM 98.1, of course, and the Facebook and YouTube streams. We're live from Bayswater Oval for elimination final action in the Premier Division.
That's out.
And that is out in the full there by Jordan Hart. So kicking it in will be Cunningham.
I think if Blackburn, just having a look at their setup, they need to find a couple of forwards next year if they're going to take the next step.
So Cunningham's kick will find the contest, and it's going to go over the line once more for a throw-in right in front of our boundary riders, of course, for the day. Josh Ward and Blake Tennant doing a good job down there. And it's very subdued here at Bayswater Oval as the result is a bit of a fait accompli. Tillig to try and get that clearance away. Didn't happen for him.
It's almost like you can hear a pin drop.
Well, it's not a big crowd anyway, but they've become very subdued in the last few minutes.
Harry slams that one forward for Blackburn. Horsnail carries it over the line. Josh Ward on the boundary line.
I have got that three-quarter time, Josh, just confirming Boronia 13-9, Templestowe 5-5.
Okay, so Boronia definitely home there. As the ball goes in, Tillig was over the back. He managed to get a little hand on it there, falling into the hands of Sticker, who got a bit of a handball away, but now they go forward. Bouncing around awkwardly. Once again, Blackburn are under pressure. Dangerous handball, but it works out for them in the hands of Wright. Goes in the middle of the ground, and the mark is taken, so they got out of it quite nicely in the end. Answorth pops it across to Faulkner. Faulkner goes out wide. Not a lot of point in going from side to side, boys. You need to go forward. Down the line. Mark taken over.
Because they have a lack of key forwards, Brett.
They do, but they've got to try something. Now it's Bajega who puts it onto the boot, fires it down the line, gets right out over the back. In the hands there of Hudson, who tries to hook it back. Goebbels almost took the umpire out there. He looks a bit, I think it was Goebbels anyway, it doesn't matter, but he's, might be Tillich actually, but it doesn't matter. Now the ball has gone through for, in fact it's out of bounds, so we'll have a throw in. Left forward pocket, so 107-42. Very much in its last rights this game. We've had 8 minutes in the last quarter. One out of the ruck, ball on the ground. And awkward kick. There's under a bit of pressure this time as the ball falls for Sticker. Gets a handball back. This is really untidy stuff. They can't get out of defence at the moment, Balwyn. Little chip out wide there, and that's front on contact, I think, from Mackenzie Dorian. He's given away the free kick, and it'll go the way of Balwyn.
So it's going to be in the hands here of Tom Wilson. And while he's making his decision, we've got some final scores here in the women's grand finals. Just quickly back to the play as it's in dispute now. Urban looping handball over to Smith, gets it back from him, and he's content to just walk it over the line. So back to the women's grand finals. We've got the Premier Division, Eastern Devils 33 over the SBL Wolves 30. So congratulations to the Eastern Devils for that premiership victory. And Division 1 women's grand final, Boronia 26 have beaten the Basin 21. So well done to both squads there, of course. Sam Hart now paddling it in front of himself. Once again over the boundary line, though, as the pressure was just that bit too much there from Balwyn. shortly we'll bring some more men's finals action scores from the other divisions. Alex Urban from that clearance. Stifled handball there from Cross. It was well done by Lawler. Ball finds the boundary line once more. 16-11-107, Balwyn lead, 6-6-42, Blackburn.
Well, the sting has rarely gone out of this game.
You don't say, Brash.
Oh, my God.
It's going to be a long 9.5 minutes, that's for sure.
Oh, dear. So back into play it was Cross. Good tackle, holding the ball. Jaya.
He's tried up at Jaya, but he's just been caught so many times today.
Yeah. Unfortunate, hasn't been able to break those tackles. Goebbels here on the inner side, in fact, close to us. Little chip there to Smith. Did well to catch that ball before it hit the ground. Gets it to Wise. Balwyn building slowly. And Tillich takes the mark now. Of course, the winner of this will play the winner of Doncaster East and East Ringwood. It will be interesting to see that match play out, and fascinating stuff given that Balwyn did dominate against Doncaster East earlier in this season. Bajaya scooped it up. He's going to find the outer side now. Bouncing ball onto the wing. Oglethorpe scoops it up. In two minds.
He had
forward
to go,
or backward.
He had to go back.
Had
he
no
had
other
one to
options.
kick it to. Yep.
Hart chips it to Lawler. Former Box Hill Hawk, of course, captain of Blackburn now. Good mark by Horsnail. It was a great option. Bajaya was the man running past, and he's going to kick the goal. Reward for effort for Lockie Bajaya. Blackburn moved to 7-6-48. Balwyn 16-11-107. Nearly 11.5 minutes gone in the final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Elimination final action here from Bayswater.
They had to work so hard for that goal, though, Blackburn. They have spent a lot of petrol tickets this afternoon for their 7-goal 6.
Yep. Bajaya looks absolutely shot, doesn't he? He's tried hard all day. He's been one of Blackburn's better players, but he looks absolutely spent.
I thought Harry's tried hard in the ruck.
Yep.
South Belgrave chipping away at that Montrose lead. And there are Montrose up 50-47.
Ooh, tell you what, Blake will be biting his nails down on the boundary as they go forward again. Now it's Bowen Smith who fires it forward, and there was a whistle. Now which way is this going?
I think Charlie's got a free kick.
Yeah, Charlie has got a free kick, so Charlie Haley will go back and be able to line up once again.
Now I'm going to watch the reaction on Brett Beston if he passes this off, because you're not going to be happy, are you, Besto? Eh? He's got to go back.
I swear, if he gives this one off, I'm going home. Fair income.
You'll have to wait at Bayswater Station, Brett. There's another. It'll be a train in 20 minutes for you.
I will too. Maybe I'll have to stay. So he's Haley. I'll tell you what, I'm still watching him because he could still give it off, but I think he's committed to the shot this time. Here he comes. Oh, dear.
Should have given it off.
I reckon he should have given it off after all. That's a terrible kick.
It was a deliberate pass to go out of bounds on the ball.
Hard with a handball, and it's gone out of bounds.
Well, Brett, that explains why he hasn't done that all day, doesn't it, that kick?
Maybe I was wrong all this time.
Boundary.
So, let's go down to the boundary to Josh.
At least you didn't bet your house on it, Besto.
I've lost too many houses this season. I've been living in tents for the last few weeks. Now the ball comes out again. It's a little handball off there from Harry. He's been one of Blackburn's better players on the ground, and the umpire says we will ball it up. So 13 minutes played, 107-48. It's elimination final footy from Bayswater Oval.
Give it to me, says umpire Beard.
Bit of volleyball from that stoppage. Harry wrapped up. And we've got another ball up. Most players, you could throw a blanket over just about 20 of them. High ball outside of Blackburn's defensive 50, and the umpire did say play on from that.
Boundary.
What I thought was a mark. Let's go to the boundary line.
Boundary.
Blake Tennant.
Yeah, guys, can you hear me up there?
Yes.
Yeah. Charlie Haley, as he just come off the ground, he just goes to the ball and faithful and goes, I'll kick some more next week for you guys.
Saving some in the tank for the semi-final. Charlie Haley. Smith fighting for it. Jath to contend. They're at true centre half forward now. Picked up by Sticker. Oh, he's broken his way free. On the left. Sends it towards home. But it's just the 1 point off hands.
I wonder if Blake's vast network of Montrose people are giving him some good scores there.
So now we know the reason why Charlie Haley has been in the game today, because he's saving them all for next week.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be saying too much to the opposition supporters on his game today.
No, he's been pretty ordinary, but I'm sure he'll be back as Horsnell gets it forward, trying to find a target in Oglethorpe. What's the umpire paying here? Free kick going the way of Balwyn. Back to the boundary, Josh.
I just want to give credit as well to Kieran Hubbard, the job he's done on Charlie Haley. He's done a really good job on him.
Yeah, you're right, he has. Yeah, he's been a good player for them.
So ball's gone over the fence. You can see a few cars leaving behind there. That must be Blackburn supporters.
Gee, I'm wondering if some of them actually started driving out at quarter time.
Well, they would have missed a good second quarter if they had, because the Burners had a terrific second quarter. As the ball goes on the ground, Josh Walker got a handball out there. It's going to go back inside 50, and that's a mark. It's been taken by Urban, I think that is. Goes right across. So here they come again.
Cunningham, who just come onto the ground.
So here they come in the hands of Cunningham. Just slowing it right down now, ball, and it's like they just having a bit of a training drill, chipping it across the back line. That's Pollux. He's been one of Balwyn's best, goes right across the far side of the ground. Now they go forward again. Mark taken there by Alex Urban. He's been terrific today. Another one of Balwyn's stars. Goes forward, but he's turned it over. So in the hands now of Wright. In the hands of Hart, been one of Blackburn's better players too, just chipping it forward. And the umpire says play on. It's been taken over there by Dorian, and he's looking to get a handball off.
He's done that. He gets it to Horsnail. Handball inside towards Hart. From the boundary line, he's going to find a target there inside forward 50. He didn't. Off hands, Hudson has kicked it over the boundary line. It was a skimming ball there. Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yes, I do have a score down at Tomore Reserve. Unfortunately now, it's good news for South Balgo fans. They've just kicked 2 goals in 1 minute, so they are up by 9 points at this stage.
Ooh. Right out of the ruck was Chevy Anderson. Handed it right down to a teammate there. And Lyle takes the relieving mark. Well, not particularly relieving, I suppose. Outside of defensive 50. Gets it back to Pendlebury. Stalwart defender for the Tigers. Over to Urban. Started really well this game and continued it through to the second and third quarters. Would like to know how many disposals he's racked up today. He's got it to Lyle. 2 goals to his name for the day, working his way up the ground.
They haven't had a match up for him, have they?
No, not at all. And now Cunningham kicks it across the ground. Mark taken by Walker. And his chip is going to find Aaron Britton, one of the better intercept markers of the league this year. Fighting for it at ground level. This is Oakes. He's been wrapped up by Charlie Oglethorpe. And it'll be a ball up. 17.5 minutes gone in the elimination final here. 108-48 Balwyn lead on the Bendigo Banks scoreboard. Tapped down by Harry. Sam Hart bounces it along the ground through that kick. Dorian just stole it there. Sends it inside forward 50, but his bouncing ball will go over the boundary line. And just a reminder, Eastern Devils, the women's premiers in Premier Division, 33-30 over the SBL Wolves. And in Division 1, Baronia have beaten the Basin 26-21, both of those women's scores. Grand finals, of course.
Looks like a big day for the Baronia Football Club.
Indeed, because they are leading Templestowe currently in the Division 2 semi-final of the men's. And they look set to head into a grand final. And will await either Templestowe, Heathmont or Waverley Blues, the contenders still in it in Division 2 this year. Chevy Anderson went up and went down. Urban trying to fight for it. Mackenzie Torian tried to kick her over his head. Didn't happen. And Balwyn's defence will pounce. Hicks with the ball now. Kicks it onto the wing. Good mark taken there. I think that's Markovsky. And his kick's going to sail towards Cross. And Cross is going to chip it into the pocket there for Quinn. It gets it on the bounce, but was challenged immediately, holding the ball. And that was good work by Dunn.
That was a pretty terrible kick there by Sean Cross.
So the Burners to bring it out of defence in the hands of Paddy Layla, who's tried hard all day today, the skipper. As is this man Hart. So Sam Hart gives it off. Now they go inboard, finding a target in his, that's Jordan Hart, so 2 Harts on the side today. Little chip out wide, mark taken. That's back to Sam, I think. Over there. In fact, it's out on the full, the umpire says.
Brash, all this chipping around is not from desire. It's because if they bomb the ball down long, they're going to be outmarked by the Balwyn back.
So a bit of a caught between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Blackburn, as Ray said, they can't really go forward, but the chipping's not really helping them either.
Yeah.
As they go out wide once again. Now they do put it onto the boot and go long, but you know what's going to happen here. It's almost inevitable.
It's called Terry turnover.
So back across to Pendlebury. And Chris puts it onto the boot, little chip inside, finds a target. Alex Urban. A couple of goals for him today in a super game he's played.
Yeah, he set him up early. Him and Pollux set him up early.
There's the kick, finds the target. I tell you what, this game's like a pop balloon at the moment. The air's gone right out of it. As Cross puts it onto the boot, goes back to Urban. Urban back across to Pendlebury, I think it is over there. Now the little chip down the line, mark taken. In the hands of Sticker. Sticker finds it, opponent. Now they come, teammate should I say, now they come forward. Go long, gets right over the back. Well, it's sit over there, it does for Red. Red trying to get away from his man.
That's holding the ball.
Got to be done for holding the ball. His pants almost came off as well.
He touched the ball on the ground while he was being tackled. That's automatic holding the ball.
So it is a free kick, and it's in the hands of Hart.
Sam Hart, of course, he's played well. 4 goals in the first round. Stoush with the ball in earlier this year. And he's not hit the scoreboard today, not for a major anyway. And he's chipped it to Bajaya. Meanwhile, Division 1 semi-final, South Belgrave have found another gear. They're up 65-50. Dunn takes the mark. Finds a man in space here. And he's going to go for a run here as Tyler Faulkner kicks a bit of a wobbly one. And straight to his opposition full back in Chris Pendlebury. Gets it to Pollux. He's under a bit of pressure there. Cunningham was there to help out, and Walker will be the target over the top on the outer side. 21.5 minutes gone in this fairly pedestrian final quarter.
Well, I reckon Turnover's probably been the best player on the ground this afternoon. The amount of turnovers Terry's had, he's had a marvellous afternoon.
And then his brothers played it right to Apple.
Yeah.
So Sticker shared it there with Britton, back to Walker. And now over the top to find a teammate.
Put it this way, this quarter there's been so many junk possessions in this quarter.
It's pure stat padding, isn't it?
From both sides, really.
Yeah. Tillig takes the mark down the line for Balwyn, kicks it inboard. Mark taken by Smith, hands it off to the running man in Cunningham. And it's a low ball, and he finds a mark inside 50.
Every time I hear Cunningham's name, it reminds me of Happy Days, Raymond.
Does it? Okay.
Richie Cunningham.
Yeah, Richie.
Cunningham.
Sunday, Monday, happy days.
Get on you, Richie.
He couldn't beat the Fonz. He was the man.
Well,
you can tell
this is what we've been reduced to.
Yeah. Took the words right out of my mouth, Brush. So Josh Wise is the man going for goal here. It's taken a while on his lead up to push Balwyn further in front.
Yeah.
And Brenton Sanderson was talking about creating good habits, and goal kicking has got to be one of those habits that they got to find themselves in if they, when they advance to the semi-final, and Josh Wise has done just that with his second goal of the game.
Brash, you talk about television shows. Well, Ryan Long, he knew this was going to happen yesterday because he said, get me out of here, I'm the media manager.
Yeah. Well, put it this way. Look, they've been, and great for the women's game this afternoon. All those grand finals have been really close affairs, so that's a good advertisement for the EFNL.
Yeah.
Yes, one day we'll get a radio game that's a close one. I'm sure it'll happen before the...
Maybe when you're not here, Brett. Unfortunately.
So Urban it was who had his hands on it for the moment, but now it's Giarth. Giarth goes forward. Mark is taken. We've had, incidentally, about 24 minutes gone on this term. So maybe we need to evoke the mercy rule. I reckon they need to bring that in next year. Put us all out of our misery.
Getting back to all things being serious, I think we can agree now, that there's a reason why you finished sixth and the reason why you finished third.
Yeah.
And I think I think there's been enough evidence today to suggest why.
Yeah. There's maybe a case, I don't want to get too controversial or anything, but there might be a case for maybe returning to the top 5 because the last couple of years the team that's finished 6th hasn't exactly set the world on fire, and that unfortunately for the Burners supporters has been Blackburn on 2 occasions. As the ball goes through for a minor score, let's go back to the boundary.
Well, I think they are changing.
It is going back to. It is going.
Oh, it is it? Okay.
Because there's 10 teams next year in Premier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good point. Oh, well, there you go then. That sorts that out.
I heard that.
As the ball goes out towards the boundary, and it's gone out of bounds. So 25 minutes nearly gone, 114 to 49. So the Balwyn season will continue. As we mentioned earlier, if you weren't listening to us, they'll be playing the winner of tomorrow's match between East Ringwood and Doncaster East, which you would think it would be East Ringwood, but let's not write Doncaster East off just yet. And of course, we'll bring you the 4th Division action tomorrow too, which will be a cracking match. Now it's Ainsworth who goes forward and finds a target.
Sloppy work by Balwyn then inside the defensive 50. They let the man get on the lead like that.
Yep. Oglethorpe's had a couple of opportunities to kick goals, especially in that first quarter. He missed them, and he gets an opportunity to put one on the board now, but it's too little too late.
So he's Charlie's kick. He's missed it, I think. He has. Puts it to the left of the post. It goes through for a minor score, and that will be the end of the game as the siren thankfully brings it all to an end. Fairly short last quarter too, but it's Balwyn who have been just far, far too good out here at Bayswater this afternoon. They've run out the winners 17-12, 114 to 7-8-50. Goal kickers, Jared?
Let's go through the goal kickers. There have been a lot for Balwyn. So let's start with the most. It was Nathan Oakes with 3. And then we've got plenty of players with two goals to their name. Alex Urban, Charlie Haley, Josh Wise, Jordan Lyle, Jack Tillich, and Bowen Smith. That's all with 2. And then 1 goal each to Daniel Quinn and Jeff Goebbels. Both of those coming in the first quarter. An absolute clinic put on in the first quarter there by Balwyn, of course. And Blackburn, their goal kickers, 2 to Lewis Downey, and then singles each to Sam Heaton, Ben Horsnail, Lachlan Bougeya in the last quarter, Paddy Lawler, and Sam Hudson.
Yeah, well, 6 goals in the opening 12 minutes of the first quarter. That really shell-shocked Blackburn. They never, ever recovered from that moment forward. Balwyn just basically took control of the contest for most of the afternoon and got the game on their terms and won accordingly.
Let's go down to the boundary where Blake Tennant's got a special guest.
He set it up, and then second quarter they wrestled a bit of momentum back, but then we just came out. We've got a real mature group, so yeah, just proud of the boys today.
Talk about that first quarter. Do you feel like that was pretty much where the game went in your way? I think you kicked 8 goals to 0 in that quarter. Is this something that you can build on to next week against a very good opponent?
Yeah, I think that's what we pride ourselves on. That's our bread and butter, like the contests and the pressure and the tackling. We say it every week before the game. So if we can just bring that every week and bring our effort, then that sort of kickstarts our day. Yep.
Yeah, talk about your opponent for next week. You'll either be playing East Ringwood or Doncaster East. We've seen you guys play against Doncaster East a couple of weeks ago. But what are you expecting from both of those sides that you're going to be playing against?
I think Doncaster East, they got a really strong midfield, so they kind of base their game around those boys, and they got a lot of speed on the ball. So I think that's what they'll bring tomorrow. And East Ringwood, just a well-rounded team. They've built nicely into the year, and I think they've got a strong forward line. So I think that's where they can get their maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, well done, Alex, on your terrific performance with 3 goals today. You must be pretty proud about that. All the best for next week, and bring on September, mate.
Well, thanks very much. Thanks, guys.
Alex Urban, who for mine was the best on the grounds today. He was absolutely terrific. There was a few other blokes who also played pretty well on this Balwyn side. But I thought Alex Urban was absolutely terrific when the game was on. The other one, Brash, and I think we both talked about him before, was Josh Pollock.
Yeah, I thought I could have given him or Urban 3 votes because I think both those two really controlled the contest early on.
So it looks like Jamie Gottliebsen's being carried off. Is he playing a milestone game?
Yes,
or something
150
today?
games.
150. Okay.
Only the 4th player, I think, for Balwyn to actually to do that.
So
And he is one of the foundation players, I believe, for Balwyn. So
he looks decidedly embarrassed as he heads off. He couldn't get off the ground quick enough.
I don't think he's never been one of those players that's gone for the limelight either.
He's been a real team player throughout his career. Yeah.
Ray, what's a guy like Bretton Sanderson brought to this club? Do you think he's because Balwyn went through a little bit of a couple of years where they didn't go that well, but they seem to be back at the top of their game now and really back as a powerhouse.
Well, look, you had Rodney Eade there before, and you got Brenton Anderson. They're both very professional coaches. I just think that, he's probably brought something different that Rodney Eade brought. I spoke to, what's her name, please? Anyway, I spoke to Joe, their team manager.
Joe Tregear?
Yeah, Tregear, when we were down there for the Donny East game, and she said that he's a great communicator with the players. He talks to every player one-on-one.
But I actually reckon too, Ray, I think he might, I think there's a bit more, they've got a little bit more run from some of the younger players that they've brought into the club.
Yep.
Let's go downstairs and see if we can get a bit of the song. No, we're not getting the song.
We can't go down.
The song has officially been cancelled.
Well, let's hope people can lip read because
it says home of the mighty waters.
I tell you what, you were talking about the speed of some of those young guys. Their run through that off that halfback line early in the game, they were lightning, weren't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely fantastic.
And these are like if you've got a game plan that suits this ground down pat, you're going to be successful in finals, especially at this venue.
Yeah.
And only the very good sides, gentlemen, know how to play this game and play it properly.
We did talk about that before the game because obviously the bigger ground and it's bigger than most grounds, so that was going to be a factor. But if Balwyn can play well out here, then they're a big chance going forward. I mean, putting the sort of the crystal ball in front of us all, like can we see Balwyn going all the way?
Well, look, history says no because of the fact that it's just so hard to come from an elimination final downwards. But look, it's been done before.
Well, they've won a flag from 4th position.
Yeah, they have.
When they first come into the competition.
It doesn't happen too often, Brett.
No,
Look,
it's a bit of a rarity.
I think the difference between them and the top two, Vermont and Roval, is the top two play a more open flow on open game of football, whereas Balwyn, they're a bigger side than the other two sides, and I just think that the big wide open spaces of Bayswater plays into the hands of the way that the top two play their football.
I feel Balwyn they've got the experience. I think both Roval and Vermont have got some young elite runners.
Yeah.
Right. That whilst where I'm wondering when the game needs to be won, I'm just wondering whether these younger, fitter men are going to be able to might outrun some of the established Balwyn stars.
You can sort of
the thing with this ground too, you can play keepings off.
Yeah.
And those younger players have the ability to play keepings off, and I think that's one of the.
And we saw that in the last quarter. Really, for 20 minutes of that last quarter, it was both sides were playing keepings off, and there was a lot of junk time. There was a lot of junk, stats being, wax lyrical there. And I think, look, I think it's very hard when mentally you've got the game won, that you got to, there is a time where you do switch off. And once you switch off mentally, you're not going to get back to that level because there's no one challenge you to get mentally back to where you need to be.
Yeah, well, we sort of, after the second quarter, Jared, we sort of hoped that that Blackburn, for the sake of the game, would come out and get maybe 2 or 3 quickly.
Yep.
And that would have maybe got them back in the game, but it just didn't happen. Like,
No.
Balwyn had a quarter off, and they came out after half-time, and they got the first, I think from memory, maybe 3-4 goals quickly.
Yeah.
And that was the end of the game. So they just had the one good quarter, but really overall they were never going to lose this game, Balwyn, were they?
That's exactly it. No, I think for mine, Blackburn might have shown just that little bit of a weakness of Balwyn during that second quarter. They were able to expose them and capitalise on some poor decision making. I don't want to say complacency, but
I think you're right, because when they started to switch the ball, Blackburn were a little bit flat-footed.
Yep.
And you're right. There were, and I noticed that there was Vermont and Roval personnel out here this afternoon watching this game with great interest, and I reckon that some of them might have taken some notes.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, it was the defensive running that just lacked a little bit for Balwyn, and it's those sort of lapses that can be really capitalised upon by those faster running sides like Vermont and Roval. If Balwyn don't string together those 4 quarters of very consistent, hard-working, defensive-minded play, then they can be exposed.
And the one thing too, Ray, that Balwyn have also got to be aware of is that they're coming up against 2 sides in Roval and Vermont that are mentally very tough as well, and they're going to have to bring and keep that. They're going to have to really, their intensity will need to be even up more, taking on these sides as they go further through.
Brash, we've only mentioned the top 2 sides. I think there's another side in there that will really worry Balwyn, and that's East Ringwood. I personally think East Ringwood will get over Doncaster tomorrow.
It'll be a very interesting...
Because for the same reason we're talking now. East Ringwood's another side that run the ball well. And if they get over to Doncaster East tomorrow, I think that they've got as much ability as Roval and Vermont to outrun and do everything against Balwyn, what we just said.
You got the top 4 sides, 15, 14, 14, 14 and 12. Right? 12 wins is a good season. Right,
particularly in your first season up in Premier.
I mean, because it's look, it's a great achievement, and like Ray said, I think East Ringwood, they are mentally a very, very tough side. They've gone through the school of hard knocks. They've won a premiership, so they know what success is all about. And they're going to carry that into tomorrow's contest, and it'll set them in good stead.
One downfall East Ringwood have, in my opinion, is that they go to Farmer too often. We spoke about here that Balwyn go to Haley too often. For Trent Farmer, a great player, fantastic player, win the goal kicking, all that, kicks goals. But you can. If you've got someone like Pendlebury playing on him, and you know that 9 times out of 10 the ball's going to go to Farmer, you can eliminate him out of the game.
And obviously with Lawson not playing, there's another, and Sahaf Ali not playing as well, due to too many games played. That sort of has reduced their goal-kicking prowess and ability to kick scores, especially late in the season. They had one big win, and that was against Doncaster. But the last time they played ball, and they got beaten by 50 points.
And Roval beat them by 50.
So is there a gap between the two of them? We don't know that. We'll find out tomorrow when those two square off, East Ringwood and Doncaster East.
So it looks like we've got an interview coming up shortly here.
Looks like Nathan Oakes.
And Nathan Oakes will be joined by Josh Ward on the boundary line.
We are indeed joined by Nathan Oakes. Pretty good victory, Nathan. Must be happy to get over the line and move on to a semi-final next week.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just a sec. Yeah, me too.
Sorry, technical difficulty there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I think it was just a good. We obviously had a few changes to the side this week, and it's good to get a few boys back from injury. I know we had Chucky come back after a long stint in the sideline, so yeah, I think the boys overall sort of had 22 contributors, which is good performance.
And it looks like you're playing a bit of a different role in the forward line this year. I think you were playing predominantly midfield last year and for patches throughout the season. How are you enjoying playing up in a forward line that boasts the likes of Charlie Haley, Jordan Lyle, and a whole host of talent?
Yeah, I obviously don't mind. Don't have to run as far down the goal square, but no, it's not too bad. It's obviously a different look for all of us midfielders playing deep, but it's just what it requires when you've got that much talent to sort of, I guess, roll through the midfield. So yeah, it's been a good look and it's working for us so far.
And how are you enjoying your time under Brendan Sanderson as well? He's done it looks like from the outside he's done a terrific job with the side.
Yeah, absolutely. He's brought a whole new look to the new energy, I guess, to the club, and got around the boys, and the boys have got right around him in return. And yeah, it's been positive energy all year, and I guess obviously today the results sort of showed that on the field.
Going to throw it up to you boys up there on the balcony. Jared, it looks like you might have the first question, or Brash.
Like it's Brash.
Nathan, congratulations on the win this afternoon. I want to talk about Josh Pollux. I just thought that his performance at centre half back was outstanding this afternoon. It must be really good to know that you've got a guy that really knows his football inside out, and that you can play off and play through.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it's a bit of a new look for Pole down back. I know he played a lot of footy at centre half forward last year, and I guess a young kid just reads the ball really well. And having him on that half back line, he sort of knows he reads it as a forward, so he knows where the ball's going. And then being that strong in the air, and his aerial power, I guess, has been a real strength for him. And he's putting it out there to show at the moment.
It must be an absolute pleasure playing with another quality midfielder like Alex Urban. This afternoon, he was once again right amongst the mix. He seems to have taken his game to another level this year. He was great last year. I think he averaged over 30 possessions, but he's even upped that this year, where he's averaging 35, 36, but he just knows how to get the ball and bring all the players around him into the contest.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said before, there's so many guys rolling through the midfield. It's a bit of a different look for us all, but Herbs just seems to know where the ball's going. He seems to find it every week, and no matter what attention the opposition puts into him, he's a workhorse, so he seems to work it off. And yeah, he's having a really outstanding year, which is good.
Nathan, it's Jared here, mate. We just saw Jamie Gottliebson get chaired off the ground after his 150th game. Just, I'd like you to talk about just how he is around the club as an experienced veteran, and what I've heard is a strong team man.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess there's not many better blokes than Jamie floating around the club. He's actually our social committee president, so he'll love that little shout out. But it just goes to speak volumes of what he is as a fella, and the boys at the end there, and the whole club getting around him. He is just a true Balwyn man, and it's really good to see him play 150 games.
Oh, Nathan, congratulations on your own game. Chipped in there with 3 goals. Look, I've seen you twice today, and I saw you against Doncaster East, and in both games you obviously jumped out of the blocks. What was Brenton's message at half-time? Because in both cases, you sort of slacked off in the second quarter.
Yeah, I think it's just for us to make sure we've got our head in the right space the whole time. Like you said, we sort of jump out the blocks really well in the first quarter, and I think it's just to keep the foot on the throttle and just make sure we keep the momentum rolling throughout the 4 quarters. And I guess, today was an opportunity for us to show that in that second half. We stayed as a team, did the team things, and it's a result on the scoreboard in the end.
Nathan, you're on a bit of a roll. You haven't lost a game since, I think, round 13, I think I'm right in saying. But we were just talking up here before, and if you are going to go all the way, you're going to have to do it the hard way, because you're playing like sudden death footy. Is there a belief in the side that, as hard as it looks from externally, that you can go all the way and win the flag?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're not here in September knowing that you can go all the way, I think you probably don't deserve the position. But us as a group know that we've got the talent, we've got the structures, the game plans to go all the way. And I think each week like today, we sort of roll up with that belief and trust one another. And at the end of the day, we enjoy playing with each other, and it's going to go a long way in September.
All right, well, Nathan, thanks so much for your time. Great game today. Congratulations to you and the side, and we look forward to seeing you as the season unfolds through the finals.
No worries. Thanks for that, fellas.
Thank you, Nathan.
Nathan Oakes, one of the stars of this Balwyn side, who had a very good game today. Kicked, I'm just looking to see where his goals. He kicked 3 goals today, and he was one of the best players, and fantastic performance. So just a quick score. I don't know if it's a final, but South Belgrave 71-52 over Montrose. So that must be very close to the end. So it looks like the Montrose run is over. And South Belgrave will continue on. That's the only score.
Montrose will
go
into
they left to fight another day, Montrose.
Yeah, preliminary final, yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, that's right. You are too. I beg your pardon.
No score on Oakley District.
I'm away.
Not recently,
I'll
no.
be getting a final score very shortly from Baronia.
From Baronia?
For Baronia.
I think they looked to be home, didn't they, when we last heard? Yeah.
The most recent score from Oakley District would have been 59-51 Ferntree Gully up.
They were up by
that
8.
was a while ago.
Yeah. Okay. You know, and look, it'll be very interesting to see, you know, in the next few minutes as the final scores come in. Like I said, it's been a great day for EFNL finals football. Bit of a blowout here, but that sometimes this happens in finals, Ray.
Yeah, it certainly does, Bresh, you know. But all in all, look, Balwyn, we all thought they were the better side going into the contest.
Yeah.
Blackburn, you know, they've made the final, so you can look at that as a plus. But they're certainly, look, I've been pretty critical, as you all know, of Blackburn, particularly in the second half of the year. But to me, they've got to change something up somewhere because they're just doing it year in, year out.
So we'll return to you after a quick ad break for the rest of the wrap-up from this elimination final. Just recapping the scores, of course, Balwyn 114 to Blackburn 50 here at Bayswater Oval. And we'll join you for the post-game show in just a few minutes.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval. This is the post-game show as we wrap things up from the big elimination final out here this afternoon. And if you've just gotten home from being out for the day and you've missed all the action, just recapping that Balwyn have continued their unbeaten run. They haven't lost a game since round 13, so they're on a bit of a roll, and they've won it pretty comfortably today. 17-12, 114 over Blackburn, 7-8-50. So the Burners, well, their season is done. They can start packing the bags for Bali or wherever they want to go, and Balwyn will move on to the next match, which of course will be next week. Who have Balwyn got?
So either East Ringwood or Doncaster East
of course,
next
the winner
week.
of tomorrow. That's right.
So
of course.
And that'll be at Ringwood.
So yeah, next week Premier Division finals. You've obviously got Vermont and Roval. That's out here, and then you've got Balwyn up against obviously either the Roos or Doncaster East at Jubilee Park. So they get an extra day's rest. Do the Tigers?
Oh, it'll make a huge difference. An extra day.
We've got some updated scores here from Division 3. Ferntree Gully 10-6-16 leading Oakley District 8-10-58. Not sure if that's a final score just yet, but Oakley District's finals campaign, first finals campaign in the EFNL could be over at the hands of the Eagles.
one of your favourite destinations to go to?
Never been there, mate. And I
Jared, did you
I
say
have no intention to go there at all.
Jared, did you say 10-16 to 8-10?
I did.
Yeah.
I did indeed.
Okay, that's 18 points.
Yeah, so it's probably... They've had a great run, the Oakley District. I mean, from where they were a couple of years ago, they were the easy beats. They came into the competition, were getting walloped, and here they are 2 years down the track or whatever it is. And they've made finals, and they've been absolutely fantastic.
What you got to know is that there's 2 years, the last 2 years in the Southern Football League, they were in Division 2, which is the bottom division. 2 years ago they didn't win a game, and then the next year they won one, and then they come into the Eastern Footy League. So they've turned it around.
Yeah, and that is a final score from out at Jubilee Park. So unfortunately, the district season comes to an end, 18:58 to Furniture Gully 10-16-76. So a Donvale Eagles grand final next week, next Saturday at Jubilee Park.
As predicted,
yeah,
indeed.
I reckon. Yep.
And the thing is, the Gully get another bite at the cake.
The Donvale cake, indeed.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I don't think they get too much of the... They might get the ice in, but that'll be about all, because I think Donvale are going to be the reddest of red-hot favourites to win that. But, stranger things have happened.
Indeed,
well, the other anomaly that crops up at the way the final structure is, you've got two sides like Baronia and South Belgrave who have won on the Saturday, right, and now go straight into the grand final. The two Sunday games, Waverley Blues and Heathmont, and the other game, Mitcham and North Ringwood. Those two sides, the favoured two sides, knowing that they've still got 3 games that they've got to win to make it into a grand final, it's sort of a bit of a tall. It sort of gives you a bit of a tall order, doesn't it?
Well, you can't look any further than the next game.
I know.
Once you get finals,
And you mentioned Baronia there. They're probably into the grand final. I don't think this is an updated score because it was from a while ago, but it was Baronia 13-9-87 to Templestowe 5-5-35. So the Dockers are going to go into the prelim, and they'll play the winner of Heathmont and Waverley Blues, of course, tomorrow.
We do have a final score from there. Baronia 17-11-113, defeating Templestowe 7-6-48.
It's going to take some stopping, though, Brian.
Oh, yeah.
They are now.
I'd love to see them win it, because they've been sort of one of those sides that they've been close around the mark a few years. Haven't quite been able to get it done, but this year looks like it could well be the year.
And as Spider has alluded to, sometimes when a side has had a dominant season, that second semi-final can be a bit of a bogey game. But Baronia has looked like they've handled it with aplomb and done what they've had to do, and they've moved into a grand final.
And they're moving up a division. I can remember them playing in Division 1.
Yes.
You probably remember that too, Brash, in the top division as well. Yes.
Just a quick one. I'll ask you and Ray this question.
Yep.
Can you still see Templestowe making the grand final, or do you think Waverley Blues or Heathmont could get them in a prelim?
Well, it's going to be interesting now, Blake, because Templestowe will still have some self-belief that they can beat Waverley Blues, but you're not 100% sure the next time around whether they can reproduce the same result rate.
And Blake, they've been beaten by 10 goals today, that takes a lot of coming back. If they were beaten by 1 or 2 goals, yes, there's still that belief there, but they've been smashed by 10 goals.
But Waverley Blues have still got it to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Heathmont are in there with an undeniable chance. As I said earlier, both those sides split 1-1 this season. So I don't think neither of these two sides will hold any fear against each other. I actually think it's going to come down to whether Waverley Blues are going to get the game on their terms that they want to play, because I'm still not convinced that they have a plan B.
Well, they still also have to respond from last week, because they were terrible last week.
That's true.
Yeah.
And their response from how they respond from last week's debacle will tell you a lot about their team.
That last quarter last week was Mayo.
Yeah,
wasn't it? The game was done and dusted. Templestowe had, not saying they put the cue in the rack, but they worked so hard in the opening 3 quarters that it was inevitable that they were going to run out of steam.
And also momentum is very crucial. in the world of footy, like logger footy and all, of course, the big league. So the momentum could honestly drop down so just a little bit, because 50 points is a pretty harsh, margin point of view. So, but then you got to face the informed Waverley Blues, who are coming off, Heathmont as well, that have full momentum heading into next week.
I think if Heathmont win, they'd probably give themselves a chance. I think Waverley Blues would too, but just of what happened in that second qualifying final, I think Templestowe, they know how to shut out the Waverley Blues. Yes, they let their foot off the gas in the final quarter. I think Templestowe will probably go in as favourites if they face the Blues.
Yep, have to agree with that one, to be honest. I'd just like to recap the women's grand finals. Of course, it was a huge day out there at H.E. Parker and around the grounds, of course, for the women's games. I'll have some more scores for you in a second, but first of all, the Premier Division grand final was won by the Eastern Devils, 33 over the SBL Wolves, 30. Baronia in Division 1 has beaten the Basin 26-21. And I'll have some more scores for you from that league shortly. But, of course, thank you for all the guys out there. Ryan Long, Trent Callan, Dylan Smith, and John Oven, of course, for doing the commentary for those games. It was a big day for them, no doubt.
Jared, just a question from novices like me. Eastern Devils, where's their home?
Mulgrave. Yeah.
Mulgrave, okay.
I got a surprise for you too.
What's that?
I've dobbed you and I in to go and do a EFNL Women's Day special comments game next year, mate.
All right, I'll be in that.
You and I are doing one.
And also,
I promised Kate.
Kate is actually convinced. She's convinced you're actually going to be calling the games, not not special comments.
That I'd like to hear.
Lee, for Kate, we'll do anything. Okay.
There you go.
And just a quick one: the Eastern Devils are now going back to back. So and they joined the Eastern Football Netball League in 2022, I believe. Yeah. And they have now gone back to back. But unfortunately, their reserves lost to Kilsyth. So. Would have been very, very better if they would have gone their reserves and seniors winning the premiership. So, Eastern Devils back to back.
So just going back to tomorrow, guys. I mean, that Waverley Blues Heathmont game should be an absolute cracker. Who are we all tipping in that?
I've gone for Heathmont.
Heathmont for me too.
I'm going the upset, mate.
I'm going for Waverley Blues.
I'm going Waverley Blues by 17 points.
Interesting.
Waverley Blues. I think Waverley Blues, in my opinion, have done more to convince me than what Heathmont have up to now.
Yeah, Heathmont laps a little bit too much, and they played well against Mulgrave, of course, got that win. They just struggled to string a couple of good games together, and you can't afford to do that in a finals.
And that last quarter showed a bit of class from Waverley Blues, because I think they kicked 8 goals or 7 in the last quarter. So that would show a lot of confidence heading into tomorrow for the Waverley Blues.
Yeah, I think they'll bounce back after last week too. I mean, that was a complete surprise probably to all of us, what happened last week, and I think they'll bounce back. They're too good a side, but nonetheless, can't underestimate Heathmont.
They've proven at their best, Heathmont. They're right up there, particularly that first half of the season. But second half they've dropped off. Let's see if they can respond tomorrow. Do we want to go through the rest of the women's grand finals?
Yeah,
as well?
do that.
Let's do
Do you
that.
have the scores?
I do. So,
Okay,
so Division 2 is down to 4. Division 2 saw East Ringwood 87-25 over Surrey Park. So East Ringwood, an unbeaten season, and they were coming in with a percentage over 1,000. So not completely surprised, if I'm being honest. Kilsyth, as you mentioned, Blake, they defeated the Eastern Devils reserve side 50-32, I believe that was in the end, out there, Quamby reserve, and then Moorbark 54-4 against Mitcham in the Division 4 grand final. So 5 different premiers across the 5 different divisions, which is just great.
That's great.
Exactly what you want.
And guys, I've got a question for you guys who have seen it live. I've watched a bit of it on a Saturday morning on the phone and all that sort of stuff, but has the quality of the game improved?
Oh yeah, I definitely think so. It's just because these players, they're starting, particularly in Premier Division, they're getting VFLW experience. They're getting experience, and some of those girls as well are coming through the Coates Talent League. All those they've got those pathways, and they're only going to improve.
I think for me, I reckon the biggest thing that I've noticed is I think the fitness levels in the young women have improved dramatically.
Definitely.
And I think that's the reason why the scores are getting better and the skills are getting better because they're fitter.
And kudos goes out to the Mitcham Footy Club because they've got a female coach as well, haven't they?
Yeah, and there's a couple of others as well
that
that got female coaches.
Just on that too, you're saying we've done quite a few junior games earlier this year, and then of course the junior final.
I was about to say sorry by 100. I'll say sorry by 30 points.
Well, I'm going for Scoresby just to pee Josh Ward.
No, we love the contrarians when Josh and of course Blake are about. I've got Surrey Park in this one. I think their form is just a bit better than Scoresby. I reckon the scalp of beating Kilsyth is just a bit more impressive than that of beating Chirnside Park.
And Brace really quickly.
48 points, Surrey.
Surrey. All right, well, time to start wrapping up. We'll just do a few thank yous, though, but it's been a great effort again from the team out here today for this big final. My co-commentator, Jared Beelan, mate, always nice calling with you. So great job again today. The two old-timers on the special comments, the dynamic duo, of course, Brash and Ray. You hear their dulcet tones throughout the season. Fantastic work from you guys.
Thanks, boys.
Well done. And, of course, our two boundary riders today, who have been right down and amongst it, keeping us right up to date. Josh Ward and, of course, Blake Tennant. Well done to you guys.
Thank you,
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to it tomorrow as well.
Indeed. And, of course, a special card for Lee Green from LKM Media and all the team that have brought you the action from Bayswater. Join us tomorrow for more EFNL football.
Yeah.